Welcome.
Hey Damien,
Ta-da.
how are you?
Hey, Simon, great to be here. What an exciting night we have planned. Uh,
Certainly.
Snow, a little bit of snow in Montreal, a little bit of
Oh
sunshine
yeah.
here in Seattle.
Well, it's already nighttime here in Montreal.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I hope folks who are joining us are getting settled into the chat and looking forward to a exciting evening of just jam-packed with all kinds of interactive audio goodness. We're here as part of the Wwise Tour, which is going online this year, and
Yeah.
it's uh, it's great to be here. Thanks
Yeah.
to
Have you
everyone
noticed that
for joining us.
we wear the same shirt?
Hey,
Yeah. We made it on purpose, I think.
yeah. Uh,
Great, great,
Good
great.
thing we talk every
S-
day. It made it easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, we so we'll try to get our right. So we have our presentation ready there. So Damien, the theme this year for the Wise Tour is sound as storytelling. And you came up with this idea this year for this theme. So can you talk a bit about it?
Well, as we were bringing together Wise developers as part of the tour, it's a theme kind of started to emerge across the presentations and really fundamentally sound as a storytelling mechanism, both in support of interactive experiences, as well as this kind of X factor emotional piece that oftentimes sound plays a role in helping to reinforce and the immersion of these experiences. And so I thought that seemed like a nice arc. I know from hearing a bit about the presentations that we'll be touching on that, and then of course uh, landing at our panel at the end to talk more about it.
Great. So let's look at the lineup for today. So so I'll start with let's say a 20, 30-minute presentation about the state of Audiokinetic and Wise and so on. And then just after that, we'll follow um, the Max and Hujoy from miHoYo talking about Genshin Impact. And so that's exciting. And this is something we've done this 3 last years, I think, maybe the 4 last year, where we have people from the West meeting people from the East, and have this exchange from Asia and the rest of the world, and get a mix of that. And so I'm really glad that we have you guys with us today. So that will certainly be interesting. And after that, we'll take a 15-minute break because it will already be a good hour 30, 45 minutes at that time. And then when we come back, we will have the people from Sucker Punch talking about Ghost of Tsushima. So we'll have Brad Mayer, Michel Hébert, and Andrew Burrish talking about, that gigantic and fantastically well-produced game, right? You,
Yeah,
you
it's
you
a little
started
bit of
playing that game, you were telling me, yeah?
yeah. I mean, a little bit of Seattle represent here, right? Going down with Sucker Punch
Uh-huh.
here locally to where I am, and yeah, Ghost of Tsushima. What a powerhouse, visually, audibly, narrative. Just it has everything there, and the way that they uh, yeah, the way they pulled it all together, well, I think you'll hear a lot about that.
Yeah, certainly. So I'm curious to hear about the Kurosawa mode. So there's certainly some filtering going on, but there seems to be more than that. So
It's
I'm
beautiful.
expecting them to touch on that. So great.
Excellent.
And then after that, we finish this event with a panel discussion that you will be moderating, Damien. And
Yes.
for that panel, we have Brad Mayer and Max Lee that will join the panel, and then we they will be rejoined by three other persons. So we have M. Halberstad, which is creative director, sound designer for Shell in the Pit. Larissa Okada, which is she's composer and associate audio producer at 343 Industries, and finally Karen Widener, audio director and sound designer at 8 Ball Sound. So tell me about these three ladies. So why her, and what is the complementary with Brad and Max? So you probably had a plan for that panel, right?
Well, I love the way the arc of tonight lands at this open panel discussion. And in conversation, we're trying to find a way to kind of allow for those questions that get asked in the chat throughout the program to get answered potentially, as well as a way to unpack some of this sound as storytelling. And so, with the idea of trying to bring a diversity of perspectives to that conversation, I asked the presenters for recommendations, and from that, tried to find a balance between the different disciplines. So we've got Larissa, composer for Manifold Garden, bringing a bit of a
Hmm.
music perspective. M and the work that she's done on the Untitled Goose Game. I mean, we could call that nonverbal communication and narrative, and some of the coolest stuff around. And then Karen really bringing years of industry experience as well as her recent work on Jedi Fallen Order. And so I thought this all aligned to bring different perspectives from different people, all towards this goal of trying to understand sound as storytelling, and really bringing that conversation to the live stream.
Cool, cool. All right, really looking forward to it. So, Damien, see you a bit later today.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah,
I'm looking
great.
forward
So
to folks
let's,
hearing all the cool things that we have coming uh, at Audiokinetic. So
great, great. All
have
right,
fun.
see you later, Damien. Great. Okay, so first portion. So this is something that I used to do when we do Wise Tour, just touching base on what happened during the last year, new stuff coming in, that kind of thing. But really, the highlight and the focus is really on our guest. So I try to make that as short as possible and leave as much time as possible for our presenters. So I'll try to go swiftly through that content. So and this is my typical first slide when we do Y Store, where we'll have all the past Y stores, all the cities we went in the previous years, and I will highlight the city we're in with the year and so on. And this time around, it's kind of different, right? We're in an online situation, but thinking about it, it's almost even better this way because now we're global, right? We're streaming on YouTube and Twitch, and we're basically reaching people everywhere. So that's really great. It's different, and this is what has been interesting this year. So we had to reinvent everything we were used to do, starting with GDC, if you remember, and now with YStore and so on. So that's quite exciting. Okay, so four main topics that I want to present today. So talking about the Audiokinetic ecosystem, talking about our education efforts and the sample games we make available, talking about the community, and finally looking at the high-level goals for Wise and Audiokinetic, and a spotlight on some of the incoming features for 21.1 of Wise. So that's the menu for my presentation. So let's dig into it. So when we talk about the Audiokinetic ecosystem, there's a lot of things going on, but certainly there are the game engines, and Wise is a middleware, so it has to be integrated into such engines to basically to be alive and be meaningful and working. And of course, it's important for us to have integrations for Unreal and Unity because those are the main two ubiquitous game engines out there, but also all the proprietary game engines because there are still a lot of those proprietary game engines. And our goal there is really to simplify, make the life as easy as possible for the teams to get Wwise and integrate that into their game engine and have it as transparent and as fluid as possible with the rest of their workflow. So that's an important part. And of course, um, the technology is running on the platform, right? It's a runtime rendering engine that we do there. So covering all the platform has always been the number one idea for starting Audiokinetic in the first place 20 years ago now, when we had that idea. And this year, well, two new platforms, right? We have the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5 that arrived there. And it's been a special year. And I wanted to draw the nice thing about these two new platforms there. So things in common that they have is that both they have dedicated audio chips. So and it's super powerful. So it's great to have new platforms where you have DSP just for audio there without having to touch on the main CPU. So that's definitely a win. And the ultra fast loading time, that's another win for sound because we're streaming tons of dialogue, of music, ambiances, and games are just growing bigger. So we just need access to that content all the time. And being able to connect your headphone in the controller to get a nice stereo representation in your ears. And when we look at Microsoft, for example, so Microsoft platform for audio does a lot of stuff, but the only thing they made public so far was the support for Dolby Atmos and DTS. So unfortunately, there's not much more I can say publicly there, but it's packed with a lot of power and features there. And on the PS5 side of thing as well, and they reveal a bit more there. And if you remember around GDC timeframe, so March of this year, Mark Cherney has presented the road to PS5, and a good 15 minutes of that presentation was dedicated to audio and 3D audio in particular, and the ability to have a series of HRTF profile that you pick the one that fits the best for your ears was a nice feature presented there. And the fact that the platform can process hundreds of sound sources and apply HRTF on each of those sound sources as well, and the hardware accelerated convolution reverb and FFTs and the built-in microphone and speaker in the controllers. So those are nice features. And it's a bit frustrating from this side, especially now talking about it because we know like everything else that they have to offer. And we've been working the last 18 months supporting these two platforms, and we do leverage the hardware that is available. We can only talk about it with disclosed developer. So just be sure that Wwise is fully ready to leverage that. And already the games, like many of the launch titles for those platforms, are using Wwise on 19.1 or 19.2 version. And soon we will release 2021.1 version, and that will be the one that really fully support all the features available. All right, so looking at the certification program and sample games, so nothing new this year in terms of certifications. So for I don't know, maybe 4 years ago, maybe even more for the 101, we've been developing those certification uh, programs to help people basically not only understanding better how to use Wwise and so on, but to a certain extent teaching some principles for interactive audio as well. So especially in the 101 and even in the 201 dedicated on interactive music. And a bit more recently, we provided the two new certifications using Unity. So the 251 really like dedicated toward optimization, and the 301 is about learning how to integrate your sound in Unity with Wwise. And what we're looking in the future, so maybe in we're not sure exactly, maybe in 2, 3 years, but certainly in a not too distant future, we want to add other certifications. And the two that we have in mind at the moment are Unreal 4 and or Unreal 5 integration eventually, and one for spatial audio. And we believe in 2, 3 years from now that feature set will have arrived at a point where it's the right moment to do a certification on that. But since you're on Twitch and on YouTube and you have access to the chat, if you have other ideas for other certifications and so on, please just put your ideas there, and we have people at AK monitoring those chats as we go. So we might have really good suggestions from you during that. Okay, and sample games. So there's the Wwise Audio Lab. So when we produced the Wwise Audio Lab, the idea was to have this sort of lab to experiment with spatial audio methodologies and comparing techniques, doing A/B between different technologies, that kind of thing, using Unreal. And later we released the Wwise Adventure game to showcase the Wwise integration with Unity. And what is coming with the next version of Wwise? So 21.1 is scheduled to release in the early 2021, so February, March timeframe, roughly. And we're adding to these two sample games is the audio objects into the Wwise Audio Lab, and I'm going to talk a bit more about it later in my presentation, and spatial audio that we've added to the Wwise Adventure game. And if you're subscribed to the Wwise Up on Air, Damien and Metz have done a series, and Tally and other people from AK has done a series of videos showing the integration of spatial audio into Unity using the Wwise Adventure game as well. So if you're into that, there's already a lot of content for you if you're interested. So talking about the community, we have a large community and we're really happy to have this relationship and to like how things have built and grow over time, and this is something we cherish a lot, and we spend so much time talking about the community and how can we involve people and how can we have yeah, basically we're driven by that community, and to a certain point, like Audiokinetic and Wwise exist only because there is such community there, because you exist and because you help us, like developing that software and just being better every new version we release. And here are a few interesting numbers about our community. So we're now at this level. We're now in the 6 digits in terms of how many users have registered and are using Wwise there. And this is just fantastic. It's gigantic actually, and 40,000 blog subscribers. So the blog initiative is something we started 4.5 years ago, and the intention was to say, okay, we want every week to publish a new article about Wwise or about interactive audio or about something that is useful, something that is meaningful, and we don't want any marketing and so on. What we want is really people sharing their experience and getting new tips, new approaches, a new vision on how to do interactive audio. So if you calculate that, it's about 250 articles, probably, maybe more, that's been published the last 4 or 5 years by people, sometimes from Audiokinetic people, and a lot of time, most of the time, by just other users from various studios, just wanted to share. And it's something we translate in all the languages. So when we receive something in English, it will be translated in Japanese, in Chinese, in Korean. But we also have contributors that are Chinese. So then we translate in the other language, including English. So we really try to have this one planet, one voice, one community going through that. So that this is really great. And I'll just let you read through those other numbers. And yes, Audiokinetic now we're at the size we're 78 person working to grow that community, get a better software, and just continue growing with you as the industry is growing, as we're becoming better, as we all collectively know more how to do interactive audio as an art form, as an expression, basically. Um, Talking about feedback loops, so being in touch with the community is really important, and for the longest time, we have many channels for that. So through support or sometimes direct feedback, people writing to us directly through the Q&A, social media, or sometimes we are reaching to certain developers for postmortem, or when we are working on new features and we know that certain studios have needs in that direction. So we'll work basically and develop those features with them there. And something we introduced this year is and this is something we want to do systematically after each new releases, is to send a survey after some time, maybe a month or a few months after we release a new thing, and ask specifically about the new features that have been added to that version of Wise, with the goal of getting the feedback as much as early as possible so that we can address whatever problems or workflow issues that can be improved, so that we can either make the fixes and send that to dot releases of that release, or maybe to the next major release. And this is something that Damien really insisted many months ago, saying we need to be more systematic about how we get our feedback and so on. And it's not something we were used to do. So it took some time and some effort for Damien, but I think it really paid off, and we're glad that now it's something that is scheduled and will be recurring as we are releasing new versions of Wise. Um, all right, so last portion talking about the Wise goals. So, um, all right, so here we really have the core pillars of Wise. So, for example, high quality support. This is something I don't know, maybe 2 years before releasing the very first version in 2006, we we've just decided that support is going to be the most important thing and will be more a higher priority over releasing new features and so on, because the most important thing is that all the studios using Wise, they need a functional software, right? And if there's a problem or if there's anything that is preventing the team to be full stream, or it's blocking in a certain way, this is more important than any of the new features we're working on there. And a really good example of that has been recently when we released with 19.1, 19.2.1 in the Unreal integration, we came up with the event-based packaging. And event-based packaging is fantastic. It's the future of doing game, because it basically manages the sound banks for you automatically. All the dependencies and all the sounds related to characters or levels and so on, this is done automatically. So finally, not having to manage your sound banks manually yourselves. So, and we work with three different studios that had early access to the event-based packaging. Our QA team went through that, and we were convinced that everything was solid, and we released the feature set to realize not long after that a lot of studios had problem, and we realized that like there's almost one way of doing data management per studio out there, and they stumble on some problems and so on. And what happened on our side is we had to take some of the resources that were working on new features and assign them to that feature to basically fix the bugs and so on, and help with support, which made this version basically, which made 2020 a version where we don't have a new version of Y. So we're going from 19.2 to 2021.1, because what was more important was to help all those studios short term, and we will just delay the new release and make sure that everybody is serviced as well as possible. Um, Cross-platform support, performance, game engine integration, profiling, and all that. So those are really pillars for Wise. And in terms of user experience renewal, so we've started planning that a couple of years ago already, and we've done a lot of work under the hood. And starting next year, we are starting a three-phase plan to basically um, transform Wise to make it simpler for newcomers while making it more advanced for expert, with things like progressive disclosure, for example. So right now, Wise, you have a lot of features in front of you. Sometimes it's difficult to know what are you actually using in this container or this sound and so on. So we have that three-phase plan to help on that front. And in parallel, what we're also doing is we're rewriting our UI framework because right now it's been written, and we started that 20 years ago in no, 17 years ago with MFC, which is a Windows-only UI framework, and that explains why the Mac users still struggle that much with our Wise version because it's not a native version. It's an emulator, a Windows emulator running on Mac that runs Wise there. So, and we still have another 3 years before we get the entire framework converted. But we started a couple of years ago. So Wise is a big software, so there's a lot of code to get there. But this is important because what we're aiming at is to make sure that in 10 years and 20 years from now that we're still um, the leading solution. We're still there and we're still helping the community releasing games and whatever other interactive experience out there. And and the R&D team, so that's another thing we started 4 or 5 years ago to invest massively in spatial audio and with the goal of getting to a full stack, which we're arriving at now with this upcoming version. And by full stack, I mean covering all the acoustic phenomena out there. So everything about diffraction, occlusion, sound transmission using rooms and portals, dynamic early reflection, oriented reverb, everything related to spatial audio. And with each new releases of Wise, and that will do that in the future as well, is making sure that we enhance performance and we enhance the user experience and simplify those concepts as much as possible because it's a complicated field. There's a lot of interaction between those phenomena, and we're slowly learning how to present those things, and we're getting feedback from people starting their game using those phenomena and those tools. And we're totally convinced that it is the future of interactive audio. It has, in the future, you have to think about using the geometry to influence your audio design. It's a total game changer. So what we need, our mission as a company, is to simplify that feature set and make sure that it's easier to use in the future as we go. Okay, so I'll go rapidly over that because I'm looking at the time and I don't want to be late there. The whole idea, and I'm stealing the punch of some of my slides later, but Damien, in about 2 weeks from now, will have a Wise Up on Air live stream where he'll go in detail for all the new features of the 2021.1 version. And then he'll have enough, he'll have whatever time he wants to go through all those features. But I just want to throw a little glimpse of what's coming soon. So the mastering suite is not something new. It's something we released already many months ago. But I think it's worth mentioning. Well, first, it's a fantastic piece of software. It's a really state-of-the-art mastering suite. And what is important as well is that it's one that not only works with channel-based audio, but also with object-based audio. And to our knowledge, is the only mastering suite that does that, at least in the interactive world. So maybe in the linear portion, they have such tools. And it's been our very first collaboration with Sony Interactive Entertainment, where they have that technology developed for the PS4 at the time. They've done some improvements of it for PS5. They made it object aware. And then our mission there was to take their work and the many years they invested into that and port it on all platforms and making it available and available for free to anybody using Wise and be able to use the mastering suite on whatever platform, from mobile to Xbox platform to Mac to the PlayStation's platform there. So that's been a great collaboration with them. And Impactor plugin, so that's another it's an artifact of the R&D team basically prototyping, and kind of they stumble on something quite interesting and we turned that into a product. And it's still it's somewhat experimental. Like it's a course version of that. It's free. Again, it will be free and available for you. And it's a derivative of our SoundSeed Impact technology, where we extract the impact from the resonance of the sound, and then you can randomize those together using what we call cross synthesis, or you can even attach physically informed parameters such as mass, velocity, and roughness over real-time parameter, for example, that kind of thing. So cool stuff. Tons of UX improvements, meter history. So you know when you're capturing your game and you see your meters moving, if you go back in time in the profiler, the meters are not reacting today. So with the next version of Wwise, now the meters, we're also tracking that and showing where the meters were in the past as well, which will probably help troubleshooting. Accessibility improvement. So just look here on top, just the space we were using just 2 years ago, well, or the last two versions ago, and we still have the same information, but it's just more compact, and we just have more space now to dedicate to other things. And we will expose now different font size with the next version and two different fonts. So that's a good way of reusing that thing. So it makes Wise more readable. I will be the first one to probably put everything with font 10. I like it when it's big and obvious. There. So spatial audio. Again, I'm sensitive of the time, so I'm just going through that. Anyway, the video will be available later, so you can freeze frame on those slides later. Um, but we've made something really good about spatial audio, because the studio that started using spatial audio says, well, it's great, but it can be CPU hungry at time, especially if all your sounds are using dynamic early reflections, for example, and so on. So now with this new version, you'll be able, through the SDK, to limit the amount of CPU you want to dedicate at runtime. So you can fluctuate how much CPU you want to invest in and the arrays and the paths for all the computations around that. So that's great. And we added tons of usability features for spatial audio in Wwise, but also to the game engine, which is the counterpart of spatial audio, where it's really a tag team between how you model your environment and how you set certain processes in Wwise. So they both need to work together. So well, not one, many comments we received was about it's tedious and it's long and it's error prone to build that audio geometry in my level. So with this version, we're coming with what we can call an assisted audio geometry workflow, where you create your volume, you put it with your visual uh, geometry, and basically it will snaps to the boundaries and detect the portals and so on. So it does a really good rough pass at doing the geometry for you, and then you just need to tweak in certain places for a certain time. So that's really good. The last bullet, automatic aux bus assignment. So we're calculating the size of the volume, and we're calculating the T60. So T60 is when you take the reverb, and it's the tail. So how much time does it take to reach 60 dB lower in your reverb tail? So we're calculating that, and you can assign, basically based on various T60 or various room size, which aux bus you want to assign automatically based on that. So that does a first pass of assigning your reverb, and then you can tweak and customize on a per environment basis. All right, I'll try to go even a bit faster. So acoustic surface editor, again, it's workflow oriented. The event-based packaging I discussed before. And the equivalent in Unity of the event-based packaging is using the Unity addressables. And this is something that we started working on, but we call it experimental. And we want to take a few versions of Wwise before making it complete. Most probably because of our experience with events-based packaging. Like, we know that data management is a sensitive thing, and there are so many ways of doing it. So we're taking our time there and making sure that we won't be disruptive with the game developer's workflow as we're implementing that thing. But it's the same goal, basically, of not having to manually adjust and create your sound bank and manage your sound banks there. Um, Damien and I at GameSoundCon recently, and we will post those videos at the turn of the year, probably in January. We were talking about object-based audio and so on, and we had that slide in our presentation where we're talking about the pass-through sound, which is sound in your head, the main mix, which is your diffuse channel-based, maybe ambisonics encoded 3D sounds, and finally the the object audio, which is your pinpoint accuracy there. So we spent a lot of time during the development of 2021.1 on integrating the concept of audio objects into Wise, and it touches almost everything in the product. So I just put bullets there, but basically, this is something that Damien will go over during the beta, but this is something we will also do other streams and articles about that because it is a different way of working with audio. We've been used to work with channel-based audio for so long, and now we're adding so, and both are compatible, right? Wise will keep rendering channel-based audio plus those objects to be leveraged by certain hardware that can leverage objects later on. So that's where we're heading. So talking about the beta, it's going to be December 17th at 3 p.m. Eastern. So that's 12 on the West Coast there. And if you want to put your hand on the beta version, it will be available mid-December. We don't have a precise date yet, but if you look in the video description in both Twitch and YouTube, you should find the link if you want to subscribe to be notified basically when the beta version will be available. So check for that if you're interested. And if you want to be sure in the future that you will be notified for other betas or other release and patch, just a little reminder that when you have your account on our site, so just log in, go into the email notification, and make sure that you have this checkbox, the release and patch notification engaged. And if you have that selected, then you're going to receive all the emails about that, and then you can decide if you want to receive more information about the blog articles, education, and all that there. All right, so that was it for my part. I took a good 6-7 minutes extra. I'm sorry for that, and I'm eager to have Max Lee from Genshin. So Max will do the bulk of the presentation, and then and it's a roughly 60-minute presentation, and then he'll be joined by his programmer Ho for the Q&A portion of the presentation. So if we have a technical question and programmer question during the Q&A, they will be able to answer your question there. So happy Wise Tour, everyone, and please welcome Max Lee.
Thank you for the introduction, Simon. I'm Max. I'm the audio director at miHoYo, and as Simon mentioned, I'm joined by Hodre, who's our programmer that we worked with for the bulk of Genshin Impact development. And today we'll be primarily talking about the audio in Genshin Impact, and I've labeled our presentation a retrospective because it's really during the preparation for this Wise Tour that I ended up having to review some of the initial goals that we had for audio and really look over kind of what we did during development in regards to those goals. So looking over what we did, I think the best way I can contribute to the audio community here is by talking about some of the challenges that we spent a bulk of our time during development trying to address, and some of maybe the unique questions that we thought of, and then sharing that and going into depth about how we actually went about solving it. So we're going to start by talking about Genshin Impact, the game itself. You can see that we have some pictures of the game. And Genshin Impact is an open world action RPG. You play as one of the two characters you see on the left side of the PowerPoint. So if you pick the male character, then the other one is your sister. And if you pick the female one, obviously it's your brother. And then you kind of go through this fantasy world called Tevat, where you kind of learn more about the world itself and kind of your relation with the characters inside and learning about the history of the world. And in the picture, the first screenshot you see here, that's Paimon, who is this fairy that you encounter as soon as you wake up in the world of Tivat. And she serves kind of as your guide as you venture through this world, and filling you in on history regarding how the world came to be, about the dominance of these 7 elements which govern this world, their relation to everything, including the 7 major cities in the world, and this whole cast of characters that you eventually come across who are all affiliated with a specific element. And our game is fairly unique in that it's launched across mobile, on console, and on PC, because one of our major goals is trying to deliver this experience for as many players as possible. So we wanted that to not just be limited to the console or PC or only to mobile. And we just try to reach a global audience as well. And lastly, the game kind of follows the mobile kind of live service model. So we're constantly updating new content every 6 weeks. And we want to ensure that our story is unfolding right in front of the players rather than having a preset kind of story already there. And this also gives us a lot of freedom to explore a much longer story, because at launch, we only have maybe 2 of our 7 major cities available, and we'll have a much longer development cycle for the rest of the story that will come. So what does that actually mean for audio? And really, that's the first question we had to ask ourselves, and because it'll determine really what we do throughout our development cycle. And as we were brainstorming, 3 kind of concepts came up, and I want to go into depth about each of these 3 in the upcoming slides. And the first one is listenability, which I thought of as the general stylistic direction we wanted to take with the game, which is we wanted the game to be very pleasant and easy to listen to, because that really, I feel like that would translate best to the open world concept that we have, where we kind of want players to spend prolonged periods of time in this world, and obviously the audio kind of has to match that. And the second goal is characterization. So as we mentioned, just with the basic premise of the game, there's lots of characters that inhabit this world of Tivat, and even concepts like our 7 elements play a very central role. And we really wanted to bring those to life as well. And so characterization is obviously a big part of our considerations. And the last one is actually maybe less to do with design and more to a lesser explored aspect of audio development, which is about our ideas on the pipeline and kind of how we set ourselves up for the audio that's to come in the future. And that's the idea of behind continual development and continual design. And again, I plan on taking some time to go over each of these 3 concepts, as they'll really frame kind of what we achieved, and we can then discuss whether what we did actually meets these goals. So again, the first of our goals, the first theme that really came up and became core to a lot of our design decisions was listenability, which is about delivering a pleasant listening experience which actually engages all our players. And behind this goal, some of the early questions that came up was, for example, how do we deliver this experience across all platforms? As stated earlier, Genshin Impact is delivered across a very large range of hardware, all the way from probably lower-end phones all the way up to probably higher-end theater setups with consoles. And we wanted to make sure that the audio experience really matched, or was really a coherent one across all these platforms, and that the experience that we wanted was translating even on phone speakers. So that was something we had to spend quite a bit of time just conceptualizing. And then related to that is, does fatigue actually become an issue with our sound design? Because if we're trying to design a soundscape that has to fit mobile platforms, that's obviously something we have to consider to make sure that even for longer gameplay sessions, audio isn't becoming a burden on the player. And then thirdly is, does our soundscape actually get stale? Because if we assume that fatigue does not become an issue and that we're actually engaging a player and they're wanting to listen to our game, then we need to provide content for them to engage with. And that's another question that I want to address in this presentation. So how do we actually deliver on mobile speakers? when we first started looking into this question, I think most people would really bring up the idea of the limited frequencies and how we have much less room to play with the asset design and kind of the mix in general. But early with our experimentation, I actually did not think this became a big issue, because for a lot of our design, we were able to replicate how a lot of our assets would sound via mobile in our DAWs by using an EQ that looks something like this. Again, it's a fairly steep cutoff on both the low end and the high end. And the idea is that as long as our assets sounded good with this filter turned on, then most of the information that we wanted to convey through audio would still translate on the mobile speakers. And the theme that kind of entered our collective conscious as a team is that we try and center all our information and all our design into the middle band of frequencies. And then we treat kind of the higher end and lower end frequencies as effects that we can use to punctuate certain sounds if needed. And probably the bigger concern that we had is with the dynamics, because the phone speakers actually aren't powered the same way as obviously larger speakers, so we weren't going to get much range out of them. And it's really, in games, in my opinion, a lot of the time where mobile games fail is that the range is too loud. So there's cases where the player is playing, they're hearing the loud sounds, and they're having to adjust their phone volumes in order to accommodate for that. And then as soon as they go to the quieter sections, they're finding that they can't hear anything. Then they would have to tweak the volume on the phone again. And if we do that, we kind of disrupt the immersive experience that we're trying to achieve for the players, accomplish for the players. And at a certain point, the player will get frustrated with having to constantly fiddle with their hardware and probably turn off their sound altogether, which is probably the worst result we can get. So we wanted to make sure that was never going to be an issue with Genshin Impact. So kind of the early decision that we decided on is something I would call a low dynamic range but high content variance approach to our design. Again, a lot of our storytelling then came across through our changes to the soundscape itself, rather than trying to use volume as a tool to bring up or kind of calm down emotions. And that's something that I think has worked well for us, and we'll see that later in the presentation. And other topics relating to listenability that we kind of thought and had an impact on our design was we really ended up spending a lot of time thinking about the non-action moments. Again, because in most of the action scenes, it's actually quite easy to determine what we need to play with sound. And in line with our limited dynamic range, a lot of our efforts actually came down to simplifying what we wanted to convey for those more action-packed scenes. And for the non-action scenes, that's when we have to step up with our design, and that's when we needed to convey more information so that the soundscape had those non-action moments kind of rivals the intensity of, well, not necessarily rivals, but kind of matches content-wise the amount of information you're receiving in the more action-packed moments. And to take a tangent from that, essentially that involves us kind of finding ways to build audio stories that are independent from the mainline narrative, because in the non-action moments, typically there's not much else driving the scene, right? Visually, there's things that are changing, but predominantly, we can assume that the players will actually be paying attention to audio because there's no story that they're immediately engaging with. There's probably nothing else in the environment that they have to engage with. And this is where audio really gets a chance to shine, and we know that the player will be listening to us. Overall, to fit in with our goal of listenability, we took a more kind of subdued approach to our asset design. It's not very in your face often. It's kind of just more toned back. It's pleasant to listen to. It's kind of just there. It's like a everyday conversation, if you will, with the game, rather than a more intense conversation where there's its highs and its lows. So it's more like a cruise rather than like a roller coaster. And then again, we placed a higher emphasis on delivering a very complete overall audio experience rather than trying to make individual moments stand out as a general theme. So that kind of covers our thoughts on listenability. The second topic we thought about was characterization, which I think is a fairly common goal for a lot of sound designers, which is just bringing out the identity for our various characters and our various cities. And again, I think most designers entering this field will already be thinking about this topic, and there's lots of research and information that's already been done about this topic. So I wanted to share kind of the parts that I feel were more unique to our thought process. And yeah, so one of the things we try to do with our soundscape is we have it centered around the player themselves rather than trying to communicate everything that's going on in the game. And again, this ties back into our theme of listenability, and that it kind of reduces the complexity of the overall mix and delivers a clearer focus for the player. And then we also thought about not necessarily adding new information about characters, but rather adding new dimensions based on how these characters would react in certain cases. And lastly, one of the concepts that was actually more interesting for us was when I was talking to one of our story designers, they brought up the point of direct and indirect characterization, and that changes that the differentiation is mainly about how they for direct characterization, you kind of tell the player or tell the audience what you want them to know about the character. But with indirect characterization, it's about giving them hints, or giving them ideas, or having the certain aesthetics convey a thought, or having the audience then having to unpack it for themselves, unpack what they're getting for themselves. And while most of our sound design kind of falls into more indirect characterization in the grand arc of storytelling, I kind of like this concept of direct versus indirect, even within our field of audio. So that was something we tried to play around with more for within Genshin Impact as well. So again, this kind of came down to a lot of our sound design choices within our asset design. So for example, with a character like Venti, who is our character associated with wind, a huge part of his skill design was revolved around the sounds of wind chimes. And the idea being that if you're hearing wind chimes, obviously there's wind around, right? And that kind of, using that line of logic, we can then convey what that Venti character is about. And then to bring out the character of our world, we kind of thought about the impact that the player would have on the soundscape, and how when the player enters this world, how does the world change? Because obviously without the player, the world kind of takes on a life of its own. And for it to feel like something that's real, or a character, if something disrupts what's happening, obviously it has to have an impact, and it will respond to it. And the third concept that we kind of played with was viewing our UI design as a character. And this is actually something I think was a rather more interesting design story that we had, which is how we came to arrive at the UI sounds that we did. And we brought up the character of Paimon earlier in this presentation, and how she's a very central character to our game, and how she kind of guides your player avatar through the world of Teyvat. And again, when I was chatting with our story designer, one of the questions that I posed to them early on was, if we were to integrate UI into the game, or assume that our UI is kind of part of the world of Teyvat, then what would it be associated with as far as the in-game narrative goes? And they thought this was a weird question for one, but after giving it some thought, they responded with Paimon, because she kind of serves as a guide for your player, right? And that kind of parallels you as a player, how you interact with the game via the UI, in the same way that kind of your player protagonist avatar interacts with Teyvat kind of through Paimon. So we really took that to heart and tried to make our UI sound as close to Paimon as possible. We'll really have Paimon be part of our UI design in general, rather than approaching UI as an extension of Teyvat itself, or the character of Genshin Impact. And lastly, with our live service model, one of the ideas that I really thought about was how our character will develop through each version. Because as soon as we're updating, then there's new information fed to the players regarding each of the characters that they will eventually attach themselves to, right? And I think a lot of what we try to do with sound design in regards to characters is we want our sound to really reflect what information that the player has regarding their character. And when that character changes, and over a long enough time frame, I think our sound design actually has to evolve to better represent that. So that's kind of the thoughts that we took with regards to characterization. And the last concept that we really played with was continual design, which I think is often referred to as continual development and integration. But I prefer the term design because part of what we're trying to do with the game is have our sound design grow with each update. Again, right? Even though our game is launched, this is not what we expect the final quality of the audio in Genshin Impact to be. We're hoping that maybe a few years down the line, 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line, our sound design still holds up to players' expectations for games of that time period. So we have to set ourselves up before launch to ensure that we're able to achieve that. So the first question, obviously, is ensuring that we can meet the version deadlines. Right? So we have to at least guarantee that there's no missing sounds for any new characters, any new areas in the game, and at the bare minimum that everything and that you see has sounds to reflect that. But on top of that, we're thinking about how we actually still maintain the quality of what we have right now in these shorter dev cycles. Again, where in each version we only have 6 weeks of time to build our characters or build our sound, which is actually substantially less than what we have during development. Yet the expectations are still just as high from the players, and we kind of needed ways where we need to set ourselves up in order to meet all these regular deadlines. And then lastly, on top of being able to maintain that quality, I feel like there are parts of the game which we have information that is told solely through audio, or that's where the goal of listenability really is to help convey audio at parts where maybe as far as the gameplay goes, it's more reliant on behavior from audio than rather on maybe gameplay or visuals. So these are kind of the 3 things we wanted to make sure we were able to address by setting ourselves up during our development phases. So really, a lot of our pre-production and production phase was spent on pipeline tools development and making sure that we can shorten a lot of our pipelines so that even when we get to the launch, each of our asset or feature pipelines could meet the shortened dev cycles. And we really placed a heavy emphasis on developing a transparent and solid tech foundation, the idea being that we wanted to be able to grow these functions to match the gameplay needs of the future. We needed to have a very, very good base in order to keep adding features. And if this wasn't solid, then we're eventually going to reach a point where adding one feature may mess with some of our previous features in unknown ways, and that's something that I was quite wary of, even in the beginning of our development. So that was a heavy emphasis that me and Hodre talked about during a lot of our development, to make sure that anything we developed was very clearly documented, it's easily understood, and we could add to it if we needed to, even with the shorter timeframes. And a lot of these concepts, we also had to make sure that our external teams understood them, and so they can set themselves up as well, knowing that even going into the future, our expectations for ourselves is to make sure that our sound design is growing. It's not just delivering content for us. So we kind of shared these thoughts with our localization teams, our recording teams, and some of our asset content provider teams, so that they were all aware of what our plan was and the scope of this project. Right? It's a game that's intended to keep growing for years to come. It's not something that you kind of finish and then you move on to the next. And I think a lot of them really adopted this idea because when they heard about the overall story that we were trying to tell, they became very excited as well. And lastly, a lot of our conventions had to be future-proof, right? And what I mean by that is actually, essentially, we wanted the cost of communication and onboarding newer people to be less than what we would be for someone entering during development phases. And for people that might be coming back to the game after a few years away, we still want them to be able to easily reintegrate back into the team, for them to easily understand where they left off and be able to just pick up and reduce the amount of time spent on stuff like naming, stuff like just basic management overhead. And the other thought I had is ensuring that the quality that we were expecting for the future that actually requires innovation. If our team wasn't growing and our tech wasn't growing, and we did not come up with new ideas, our quality will actually immediately fall off, because during development phases, we actually get a lot of time to experiment and think, right? And that's how we can get to the quality that we have for launch. And understanding that the level that we reach in development is not enough, or thinking about that, is kind of what led me to the conclusion that in the future updates, we actually still need to find time to experiment and to remain creative, right? So that we can still have breakthroughs every now and then, or just new ideas flowing in that will allow our sound design to kind of keep up. Again, even if we ensure that a year from now, our feature quality, our asset quality matches what we have during production, that's not really going to hold up to the expectations of that time. So our team needs to have time in each version to really just try new things and have time for failure, even with the shorter dev cycles. And to me, that really meant that we had to automate a lot of the non-creative tasks. We have to focus what limited energy we get for each version on the more creative aspects of sound design. And since we weren't going to have time to revamp our pipelines once our game is launched, that's what we should spend our effort on before launch, because that's when we actually have the most time. And the last thing we thought about was really, in order to add new features to a launch game, we needed more rigorous regression testing and making sure every feature that we launch works. Because there's not really going to be too much time down the line for us to say, oh, that doesn't work, let's tweak it, or oh crap, there's a bug, right? Because that's probably the worst experience we can deliver to the player, is something that's not something that matches our own expectations or their expectations. So that kind of sums up our goal for audio for Genshin Impact, and kind of the three main things that we thought about and that really drove a lot of our decision making throughout the entire development. And it's kind of how our team frames all design going forward for this game. And how is this actually reflected in our implementation? Again, I'm going to try and talk more about the parts that I feel were unique to us, rather than going over all the things we did. We just want to talk over the kind of the implementation of some of these core concepts or the implementation of certain features in our game that I think best reflects our thoughts on these concepts. So I'm going to start off with a video that I think kind of illustrates our ideas on listenability, in the sense that there's just various assets or various things going on in the soundscape. So
Mr. Draff always gets so drunk after a hunt.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Oh, sorry. So what did we hear? Sorry. So what did we hear? Well, we heard a lot of changes in the audio content, right? These were labeled in the video. We have some SFX that happen at the very beginning when the player moves around. As you wander through a different part of the world, you hear NPCs talking in the wilderness. You hear changes in the ambience, and you hear the player make sounds or the player's voices. And from a content perspective, that's kind of what I mean by a variance in the in the soundscape. But if we reframe that a bit, we've thought of how these sounds were actually being triggered, right? There's some player-driven changes, such as based on how the player is controlling their character, whether they're changing their cameras or not, or even if they're actually moving or not, because even inaction causes players to make sounds, right? We hear the idle voices, which we have triggering between the range of maybe half a minute, roughly. There's a randomized range to make the world seem more realistic. And then we also have some game state changes, right? Like how the wind speed and where you are physically in the world that will have an impact on what you hear. And again, we try and get more changes, or as much changes of these as possible. And this is made quite easy with Wwise, so which we'll go into right now. So we're going to first talk about the movements of our character. And we're just going to talk about the flying sounds because this is, I think, representative of a lot of what we did for the character. And for the flying sounds, we have a blend container set up with 3 layers of sounds. One for the kind of the flapping sounds that we heard when the player was turning directions. We have a general looping sound that represents when the character is flying. And then there's some winds that go by. And these 3 are all set up as random containers with randomized duration rather than a straight loop, as I feel like this gets much more variation and we can have room to play with them dynamically in the game. So the first thing we see here is our flapping layer. And you can see that we have it set up connected to a parameter called fly speed, which we defined as how fast you were going and you were flying, as well as the direction you were flying in. And when it's set to 0, that essentially means you're flying straight. And when it's at 2, that means you're both turning direction and you're flying faster. And 1 is just the middle ground where you're not turning, but you are flying. And you can see that with the flapping sound, really, it only comes into play when you start turning. And for the next layer of sound, this is the basic loop that represents that you're flying. And for this sound, it kind of remains fairly constant throughout. There's slight changes to it based on your flying speed. And really, the volume drops down to make space for the flap sound. But for the last layer, with our wind sounds, this is the one we played most with, and we changed the duration, like basically how frequently our wind sounds was being triggered. And if we're flying slower, we would figure that the loop would come down, but then we would need to trigger the wind sounds a bit more. And when we tie those all together, we kind of get a lot of change, even based on just minor changes in the player behavior, where visually, when there's not much happening, audio changes substantially more, adding a lot of more things for the players to pay attention to. And we can kind of see that illustrated in our next video. And again, this is a video that's going to monitor our RTPCs and play back our flying character. And this concept, as you can see, is it just allows our basic actions to have a lot more just variation, right? And we kind of apply this concept, as you saw in the video, in our first video, to ideas as well, like climbing, where the direction you're climbing in, the angle that you're looking at, will all have an effect on what you hear, and that doesn't necessarily have to reflect what's happening in the game, right? It's more a representation of the character's changes. And then next, we're going to talk about the changes in our ambience. And again, this kind of mirrors what we did with the characters, right? A lot of this is set up with game syncs in Wwise, except for our ambiences. A lot of these RTPCs are applied more globally, so that we're affecting multiple different sound objects at once, so that they kind of based on a simple change, right? And we're going to demonstrate this with our wind speed. So for our winds, we have a basic blend track setup that just kind of changes from soft to heavy winds and the crossover between the two. But the interesting thing that we did with the ambience is that there's other things that happen when the wind changes, right? So apart from the wind picking up, things like windmills will potentially go faster. So you can see with our next two pictures, we kind of have our windmill set up in the same way as our flying sounds, with randomized containers with triggers and duration set up. And we can see that as our wind gets faster, the sound of each individual fan on the windmill is triggered more frequently, and it just ends up sounding like it's spinning faster. And again, the next slide is also another layer within our windmill sound, this time covering the basic loop. And these things combined together kind of makes the wind in our world feel more realistic, right? It has an impact in the world. And apart from impacting things like windmills, this other impact of the wind is that our birds fly away, right? When the wind picks up, birds typically aren't staying in these trees, right? They kind of find shelter. So you can see with our bird sounds, as the wind picks up to after the wind picks up to a certain level, the birds they don't make sounds anymore. And I think it's really ideas like these littered throughout the world that kind of brings various zones and areas in our world to life. And here we can see kind of a list of some of the RTPCs that we ended up using to drive these minor ecosystems and drive these mini stories that we have in the world. Again, you can see here there are some ideas like the time of day, which would impact kind of the kind of wildlife that's available or that kind of appears. And when we get into cities, this will determine whether the characters in the cities, the NPCs, they're awake or not, what they're saying. Maybe some guy is drunk at night, his line will reflect that. And ideas like maybe certain shops, they might not be open in the day. And again, all of these, just having one RTPCs allows us to play with game ideas like that and affecting lots of different sounds at once. And then we also have states and switches set up for higher level changes, whereas we used RTPCs a lot for these minor tweaks. And you can see those listed here. Again, similarly, a lot of our game syncs was spent on driving our ambience. And lastly, we have certain things that aren't being used yet, but we know will be integrated for the future zones, such as our game's zones ideas and our cave auxiliary. And these are just to make sure that our future regions, they are getting the support they will need that we can already foresee. So again, we have another video. This time, this is going to reflect kind of a typical player's experience as they travel through the world. And hopefully you can hear some of the changes in the ambience and how the world is really just is reacting to your player's performance. Um, yeah, that's kind of the conclusion for kind of the stuff we try to achieve with our ambience and how we try to just add variance even when the players aren't doing much and there's not too much happening visually. And next topic we're going to talk about is characterization. And I think a huge part of characterization obviously comes down to our to asset design, right, or to the voice actor selection and the music composition. And for us, for each of our characters, we do have like Foley recordings and new sound libraries created for each of them. But I don't think that's necessarily something that we did particularly differently. I think most games kind of do this as well. And we also have a composer that's in-house that's kind of working closely with the game, again, kind of making sure that they're capturing the right feel for each of these cities and the characters that may need themes as part of their storyline reveal. But instead, I kind of want to take two different angles to how we thought about characterization. And one, we're going to talk about our VO pipeline, and the other, we're going to talk about how the idea of characterization affected our mix. And I'm choosing the VO pipeline to talk about primarily because I think for a game like ours with kind of the anime aesthetic, it's really the voice actor who will do most of the storytelling, right? The narrative is propelled primarily by the voice actress and voice actors. And for us in audio, as long as we can get those sounds reliably and quickly from the recording booth into the game, then that's the best thing we can do to support our narrative, right? So we actually ended up spending time trying to make sure that this part of our pipeline is working very stably and very quickly. The idea being that we want to review our characters in the game setting to make sure they were coming to life, right, rather than just hearing them in the booth. So we kind of overhauled our pipeline to match the game design more, so that it's easier for other members of our game design team to be part of this discussion and to understand the terms that we would be using to talk about whether the voices fit the various part of the game. We also had to think quite a bit about the prioritization management for the voices, because we have quite a few gameplay modules that all called for the use of voice, because most game designers or most storytellers inherently understand the value of dialogue. And they all kind of wanted to use voice as part of that design. And we wanted our pipeline to, again, address the issue of overhead, right? We did not want the manual parts of the pipeline to be something that we had to spend a lot of effort on, or take up a lot of our designers' time on. So really, we ended up looking at the entire voice pipeline, all the way from recording down to hooking it up, and trying to make sure that we can get this as quick as possible and as error-free as possible. And what we ended up choosing to do was use the Wwise external source system, because it allowed us to solve a lot of the issues that we brought up previously. First of all, it would significantly reduce the event management overhead, because we only had like one event for all of our voices in the game. And then it also allowed Hodra to build what you would call the one throat system, or the idea where we would have only one line of dialogue coming from any one character at a given time to really mirror the physics, right? And this was essentially a set of rules that was written in the code that would govern which gameplay module kind of had first dibs on playing the voice. And this was set up, we were working closely between the designer and him to make sure that it was behaving normally in the game. But obviously, to make our external source work, we created an editor to also support the editing of any of the voice that goes into the game. And there is a failsafe added against the one-throat system to make sure that in the case that a specific line is more integral to the story, then we would be able to have that override anything else, and that's already in the queue to be triggered. So yeah, this is a basic look at how our editor looks. And really, it's because that we have this editor that we are able to then create a lot of these surrounding tools that sped up various aspects of the pipeline that aim to automate stuff like script creation, importing, localization, and stuff like that. And we can demonstrate that using the video that we have here next. And there's some parts of this that are kind of blurred out for privacy concerns, really, because our game is a recently launched game, and there's still some issues surrounding that.
This is bad. Such a hassle. What am I going to do? Oh, thank the thousand winds. Your arrival must be the grace of the gods. If I may ask, envoy sent by the Animo god to save this mere mortal, could you spare a moment?
Ew, cut it out.
I cannot let my peers hear about this. I cannot seek help from anyone else but you.
Yeah, so as you can see, most of our pipeline can be automated at this point, so that as soon as we get our recordings, it takes less than a day to really start hearing what it sounds like in our game. And that really allows everyone in the team, from the story writers to the game designers, to see if these character performances were really adding to our narrative. And I feel this is a very powerful way that we can contribute to making sure the narrative is being conveyed to our players, because this also gives us enough time, even in the shorter dev cycles, to do extra takes if needed. And this also allowed us to actually get all our localization files on time as well for each version update, so that we actually have all the dialogue for any region in the world, really, for the 4 languages that we're supporting, released on time rather than a version behind. So the other topic in characterization that we wanted to show was how it affected our gameplay mix. Again, falling in line with our other concept of listenability, we're going to show a video of combat which focuses on the player and on simplifying what's happening on screen.
Nice and spicy.
Keep back!
Incoming. You're toast.
Get back!
Time for takeoff. With sword comes shadow.
So just in that video itself, I hope we kind of gathered a few things that may be slightly different for our game, which is that we actually had lengthier lines of dialogue in general, because we wanted to add to the character expression more than the combat itself. And in terms of our mixed priority, there's actually a much heavier emphasis on anything that relates to our player. So obviously character VO stuck out at the forefront, but ideas like absorbing the element orbs, swapping characters, UI sounds like those which have more to do with characterization rather than the combat experience were more heavily emphasized, as well as having the boss's voice kind of play out a bit more. And as far as the technique behind this, we just stuck with using side chains with the meters and Wwise to achieve this. And one example that we have here is for those element orb sounds, which are used to kind of compress almost everything else in the mix so that it stands out. This is a demonstration of our music bus. So a lot of the music actually gets toned down a bit just to make way for our character-related stuff like UI. And that kind of sums up our ideas on characterization. And the last topic we're going to talk about is kind of an idea that we came up with in line with our continual design philosophy. And well, initially we were quite proud of what we achieved, but listening to Simon talk earlier, it's actually very similar to what Audiokinetic ended up creating. So it might be we might be talking about very similar ideas here, and so I might go through this a bit quicker. And the idea was that for a game like Genshin Impact, for open world game, we could not think of a good way to divide our assets among the sound banks, because if we try to divide our assets based on where we expect the players to go, like we would for a level-based game, we often found that during testing we could not get sounds triggering. There was often missing sounds that we could not find because we did not account for a specific action that the player might take at a certain point in the game. So, but if we try to divide our sound banks based on each character word, each monster word, each scene, that often led to very massive memory usage, which becomes a very big problem on mobile because the budget that we have is very small, especially for iOS. So in the end, the only thing that really worked for us was having a high level of granularity for our sound banks. Again, in the end, we came pretty much having one sound bank per asset. But that led to, again, overhead, because for each version we're adding hundreds if not thousands of sounds, and if we're manually having to create thousands of these sound banks, that's not really going to sustain, right? It's very easy to fail somewhere along the line, and which would massively impact the player experience. Yet, assuming we do a very good job of this, we spend a lot of designers' time managing this, there's actually very little upside that's brought, right? Because managing these sound banks will only guarantees that the experience we want to deliver remains the same. Managing this well does not actually elevate the experience for the players. So it's not something we wanted to spend a lot of time, a lot of the designer's time, especially when it's prone to human error. So again, like kind of similar to what Simon was talking about, we kind of created an automated sound bank creation and allocation system. And that essentially just divides all our assets based on how we might need them and creates kind of this lookup chart based on when they're being used in the game. And having that kind of guarantees that our sound banks don't really run into issues of not being able to trigger sounds even in future versions of our game. And sound bank management essentially is not something that's part of our regular design considerations anymore. But after achieving that, we found out just having that many sound banks causes our generation time to skyrocket. Right? Having one sound bank is substantially faster than having like 10 sound banks, even if the total content is the same. So eventually we moved this actually away from our development. We created two separate lines of packaging. Right? There's one that our developers, our sound designers, use internally, and then there's a sound bank division system for when we actually have to package and deploy for the game, in order to just save the time that the designers have. And we eventually moved this also to the server side, the division aspect of it, to make sure that there's really not much room for error, and while saving the designer's time. But obviously for our QA and for our sound designers, we would have to test both versions locally, and Hodra made that available to us as well, which really allowed us to eliminate any time on managing these sound banks, which really don't elevate our audio design in any way. So yeah, that's basically kind of our thoughts on implementing some of the core concepts that we had early in our development. And so how do these actually relate to storytelling, which is the theme of this Wwise Tour? Well, the first idea is obviously that audio has its own story to tell, right, in the game. There's parts of the game where audio should take the lead to inform the player what's happening. There's times that we need to work with visuals and narrative and gameplay to cohesively tell a story. But there's also moments in our game where visuals get to shine. There's also moments where audio has to shine. So really it's about finding where we need to shine and forming a connection with the players that we have to find where we know they will be paying attention, where they want more from our audio. And our job in this part is really to just provide more information about the game world through sound, right? Helping players understand concepts which are harder to represent through visuals, which are harder to represent through gameplay. And in the parts of the game where it's very clear that there's a central narrative which that player will latch on, then for us in audio, it's really about supporting that, right? We use our audio expertise to help make sure that the narrative is being conveyed using as many of our senses as possible. And finally, because the story of Genshin Impact is ongoing and it's revealing itself to the players, we have to set up our audio team to also be able to keep contributing to that story, right? Assuming that audio does have we have our own stories to tell, we really need to we need to make sure that we find ways to allow it to grow similar to how our stories will naturally grow with each version, similar to how there's more gameplay modules for each version. And in closing, we have one more final video which kind of shows a newer content in Genshin Impact that hopefully kind of conveys the new development that occurred opposed to the very first video we had.
Auto reconfiguration is an essential function.
What are you staring at?
What's the hurry? Catch the wind.
Feast your eyes on the super fresh fish.
My harbor is so lively. So many treasures.
Cool. And that concludes our presentation. And well, thank you for listening. And our HR asked us to add this part to our slide. And yeah, thanks everyone.
So that's probably the main difference between doing the event live versus online. So there's not much feedback from the audience. Hey, Max, that was a fantastic presentation. Really, really great presentation. I've got a few notes before getting to the Q&A. Well, first of all, like just looking at like what people were writing on the chat and so on, there's a lot of love for you guys and for the game. So a lot of positive comments, and so that was great there. And by the way, I've seen a few times a presentation of voice pipeline explain over PowerPoint and so on. You definitely have the best presentation ever for a voice pipeline with music and flow, and like it was dramatic. That was great. So fantastic, fantastic. And it's interesting. I was taking notes and so on, and looking at the question. There's a lot of question where we're almost at the same place. So just looking at my notes. So yeah. So I really like when you said that you're thinking the development of the character through the version update of the game. So this is quite interesting, and there's a few other people that chime in with that thing as well. So maybe we can start with that. So the game has been released recently, so I don't know how many updates you've been able to plan and how much character customization or progression you've been able to inject already. So maybe we can start with that one. So how much of that character evolution have you been able to do since the release of the game?
Not too much as of yet. There's plans maybe, well, actually I can't reveal when down the line, but relatively soon down the line. And it comes in several forms, right? At its most basic, it's really you get more lines of dialogue based on how they interact with different characters, right? And maybe even as part of their backstory, we might learn more about where they're physically from, where they were born, and that information will slowly unfold itself as well, right? And then based on new information that you learn about these characters, maybe some characters that seem potentially friendly initially might not be, right? And that would obviously have to play into how we design these characters, sound effects, maybe even some of the lines down the line, right? They would have to reflect the new information that the players understand.
Yeah. Okay, I see. So it's a lot of it goes through the dialogue themselves and the narrative.
Quite a bit of it, yeah. Yeah.
I see.
But maybe even some of the skills will change in their character as well, right? Just how we choose to characterize it, because it might have to reflect a newer aspect that the players learn.
Yeah. So you've been showing a lot of tools that have been developed to help the production and help basically your team making sure that they focus on the assets, on the quality and so on, and not that much on technicalities and so on. So how many programmers were working on that? Was it just you, Hojoy, or you had a full team of programmers working on those tools?
You can answer that.
We have several excellent colleagues working with me.
Okay. Yeah, it shows because that was, yeah, I can see the amount of customization and the amount of effort you've put into that, and it seems quite solid. That's great. So another person was mentioning, so what does the dev pipeline looks like for the audio team during your 6-week release cycle? So do you have all the features updated and confirmed during the first week, or is it something that evolved throughout the 6 weeks? So can you explain a bit how the 6-week goes?
Sure. Well, planning stages for each of these 6 weeks actually occurs like before the start of that version, right? We kind of have ideas on what the gameplay features are going to be, what characters we might release, and then with that information, our audio team starts brainstorming how we want to like communicate that to the players, right? We start thinking of potential features that we would need from code, source material that we would need to record, because even within the six weeks, any character that we create, we want new material that represents them, right? We saw with the characters in the characterization slide, they all have their own Foley sounds, and even for the new characters, that's something we have to maintain, right? But the idea is that we find out what we need to do before that 6 weeks, so that 6 weeks is dedicated to all the creative process. And maybe we have a few audio QA as well working with us directly, so that they're kind of looped in early on, so that we don't have to cram maybe at the very end, leave a week or two for them to test. They're kind of testing with us during that entire process. Again, the idea is that we needed to have very, very solid regression testing, right? Not just bundled up at the end and be like, yeah, it's probably safe. No, we want it to be 100% safe.
Yeah. With a game that large anyway, that's necessary to have that, definitely. So we had a series of questions all surrounding around the various platforms you're releasing on, and especially on the mixing side of things. So how much are you customizing your mix per platform? And more specifically on mobile, are you prioritizing the mobile speakers versus the consumer headphones that are distributed with those phones? So what is your strategy with regards to your default platform or your lead platform?
Our lead platform is probably the mobile platform, because in my mind, that was probably the biggest challenge to address, right? And to an extent, the most fun, right? Because it's the area that there's like least knowledge accumulated. So that's the thing we wanted to tackle first. And then once we have that sitting somewhere we like, then we can start developing for specific platforms, right? And that's something we spend time. We're going to continue spending time on, really, for PC and for our console versions. We want to get them sounding even better than what we have them sounding currently and compared to mobile. But one of our initial goals was to make sure that the mobile experience could be at a good quality, right? That has to meet. It can't just be standard mobile affair, right? Because most mobile experiences are more chunk sized, right? Where you can enjoy it you sit down for a match or two, and then you can kind of just take a break, right? Before our game, that's not the intent. So we really need to make sure that the mix could reflect the player's experience, and then build from that.
I see. So when you were doing final decision for a mix, were you taking that decision with your high quality speakers in the studio, or listening to your phone and deciding if you should lower or augment the volume of certain sounds, for example?
More on the phone. We did the initial mix maybe on the higher end speakers, because everyone wants to work with the higher end speakers, right? But then we would have to then test it through the phones as well, right? To make sure that it's translating, because the last thing we would want is something that sounds good on speakers, but then not on the phone, and then people playing on the phone telling us that it doesn't sound good. And our response to that cannot be go buy better speakers, right? That's not really an appropriate response. Right?
Certainly not, exactly. Great. So another question we had was, with the beeping navigation sound in the game, how do you ensure the player doesn't get listener fatigue?
Those are more one-offs, really. Those are more attached to the specific area and matching that element, right? It's when one of the I don't know what they're called in English actually, but one of those character orbs, or the orbs that you would need to power up your statue, right? It's a notification, and as soon as you pick it up, it doesn't happen again. So that is a one-off experience, and as soon as the player is kind of done exploring that area, they probably won't hear it again.
I see. Great. So maybe one last question regarding music this time. So since each world has a very distinct musical color, how do you ensure smooth transitions in the music as the player goes between the different worlds without being disruptive?
That's actually a fairly complex question. We can kind of break it down into gameplay related and non-gameplay related sides. For the gameplay side, there's kind of two ways you can transition between worlds, right? There's teleporting, and then there's just you physically walking and transitioning between the wilderness, right? If you're just walking between the wilderness, the color and the transition is much more gradual, because it's really in the main city that we're getting the most of the character coming through. The surrounding areas are reflections of that character, but maybe not as intense. It's not going to be looping, right? In the wilderness, our music comes and goes. So in those situations, in the first time playthrough, as you're walking through the world, it happens much more naturally. But if you're teleporting from one world to the other, from one maybe the first city of Mondstadt to Lyria, the transition kind of, it's just a time frame that we feel was kind of appropriate for that transition, but it's a much harder cut.
I see. I see. And I just stumbled on maybe one last question for real this time, and
Sure.
it's about CPU and memory impact when working with the platform mobile. And I'm assuming you were covering a broad range of mobile devices. So how did you manage that? So have you developed for the lowest common denominator, which I'll be surprised if you did, and if not, how did you balance reducing the amount of memory and CPU on certain lower mobile devices versus high-end mobile devices?
That's what.
We actually don't have that much difference between low-end and high-end devices. And the unified criteria is 30 meg of memories on iOS and Android.
Okay.
That is quite a low criteria, I guess. And to achieve that, we just divided all the SUM banks into 7,000 or so SUM banks to assure that only those needed are loaded at any time.
Yeah, I guess so. And that falls with what you've shown with the sound bank management just before the end of your presentation. Wow. Well, thank you very much. There were much more questions and comment, but that's the time we had for that. So you started quite early in the morning from Shanghai to attend the Wwise Tour. So thank you for waking up that early for us and presenting that. Great presentation. Well, no wonder why the game is so successful with people so dedicated. So thank you very much again. And so now comes the time where we'll take a break. We'll take a 15-minute break. So we'll be back in 15 minutes roughly. So in Montreal time, that will be 9:05. West Coast, it's 6:05 time. So roughly. So look at your watch, and we'll be back in 15 minutes with Sucker Punch and their presentation for Ghost of Tsushima, and followed by the panel discussion later. So thank you very much. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Hey, welcome back. So we're starting the second portion of our Wwise Tour, and I must admit that we're prepping that for quite some time, and we get the people and the topics lined up and so on, and we get to arrive there, and we're excited and finally, but with this first portion, like I'm pumped. I'm really really full of energy. So the content is so great. So that's fantastic. So thanks for being with us. We are about 300 persons when we count both YouTube and Twitch. They're live. Thank you very much for being there. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your questions. It's really nice to read the chat, and there's really something friendly and kind of I don't know, chit chat around the fireside kind of thing sometimes. So that's really appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, so for this second portion, so first we're gonna start with Soccer Punch talking about Ghost of Tsushima. So we'll have Brad Mayer, Michel Hébert, and Andrew Burish talking about the game, and followed by the panel discussion that will be moderated by Damien later. So yeah, if we were in person, I would say, well, welcome to the stage, Brad, Andrew, and Michelle. Here you are, all smiling and so on. So great. Welcome to the Wwise Tour. I'm sure we're gonna see a fantastic presentation from you as well, and I'll just leave you with the content and everything, and I'll get back in about an hour with some questions from the audience. All right. See you later.
Cool. Thanks, Simon. So yes, I am Brad. I'm the audio director at Sucker Punch. Michelle is one of our sound designers, and Andrew is a senior music editor at Sony Interactive, but he's actually been working on Sucker Punch projects since Infamous 2. Before we start, I actually just want to say it's kind of cool and coincident that almost exactly 12 years ago today, I was part of, I think it was the first Wwise Roadshow, talking about Spider-Man Web of Shadows, and that was also where I met a young Damien Kaspauer for the first time. So it's pretty cool to kind of have this all circle back and get to talk about Ghost of Tsushima this time. And so what we want to talk about is the way that we tell stories with sound in Ghost, just highlighting a few examples. Before we do that, though, I actually just wanted to quickly acknowledge the team that made this possible. You know, this is, as Simon said at the beginning, it's such a huge game, and it could not have happened without all of these people across various disciplines. So just really wanted to kind of call all these people out because they really made it possible. The next order of business before we dig in is, if you have not played the game, maybe you want to just stop right now, come back in an hour for the panel, and then watch this on demand, because there will be some spoilers. I apologize. We'll try to give you some heads up, but I cannot guarantee it. So if you haven't played the game and you really want to be left in the dark, you might want to close your ears for the next hour. So we're calling this talk Sonic Storytelling. And what do we mean by that, right? Storytelling, generally, we think of characters, of plot, and of action. But, you know, what about tone? What about pacing? What about feeling? These are all things that are just as important in telling a story, and all are areas where sound specifically is critical. So we're going to focus on three things here in this talk, and there's a lot more that we could touch on, but we only have an hour. So we're going to talk a lot about ambience in the world. We're going to talk a lot about music. And then we're going to show a few key examples from the game that kind of highlight all the different elements that we use to help tell our stories with sound. So the first thing that I want to talk about with regards to ambience is wind. And, you know, wind is such an integral part of both story and gameplay in Ghost. And there's kind of two systems of wind that I want to just touch on briefly, because each is unique and each plays a separate role in helping to tell the story in Ghost. So the first thing is what we called our wind rig, and it's essentially our kind of base layer that all of our ambience sits atop. And what this is we have 4 emitters that are positioned around the listener, each about, I think, 5 or 6 meters away from the listener and about 1.5 meters above the listener. And each one of these is independently aware of the environment that it's in. And so just to give you a sense, these are the actual environments that we have in the game. And you can kind of see they're divided into major and minor areas. So forest, for example, is a major area, and bamboo is a minor area. And then each of those 4 emitters, this is kind of what it looks like in Wwise. So you can see we first have this player blanket loop. And essentially what that is all of those blend containers up top. And so we're actually blending between different layers based on wind intensity, wind gusting, rain intensity, so we can really control how the wind is behaving, especially amping it up when there's storms and things like that. In addition, we do have a separate storm layer to, again, just crank it up so that when the player is in a storm, they really feel it. We have a separate loop for when you're inside of houses, so that way we kind of make a really unique sound of wind kind of whipping around the buildings that they might be in, as well as kind of shoji doors and other things kind of moving around. We also have a rain drip layer in here that is used only in forests. And you might be thinking, okay, this is wind. Why are you having rain in your wind rig? The answer to that was we really wanted to have it so that we had ambient dripping in the forest after it rained. And the easiest, simplest way to do that was to kind of insert it into the system, because the system already existed. We could very easily be looking at those major and minor environments that we're in and know, hey, I'm in a forest, it just rained, so I'm just going to play the drip under those parameters. And, that really helped tell you, okay, great. It was just raining here. So, little subtle elements like that are kind of what we're talking about in the way that audio is helping to tell the story. And the last thing here is a wind layer that is kind of a sweetener layer specifically for duels. And again, with our duels, we have this standoff at the beginning of each one. And it's this really tense, very sparse moment where we kind of go in close to each character and show them getting ready to begin their duel. And so we have this kind of very sparse wind that we play only in those moments to also just help elevate that and really push that kind of tension between those two characters. So I'm going to show a movie in just a minute that just kind of shows what the wind rig looks like. And what we'll do is we'll kind of spin around and you'll see these blue circles, which are the 4 emitters. And we'll fly into a couple forests and you'll hear the sound of just the wind rig. And then you'll see some annotation on screen. And that is kind of when we're actually bringing in all the other sounds. So you can kind of see how the rest of the ambient sits on top of the wind rig. The one thing that I just want to note before we start the movie is kind of what the direction of the wind rig was, right? So Ghost obviously is a huge game. There's a lot going on, and wind is a very kind of noise-based sample generally, similar to waterfalls. And we had this exact same problem with waterfalls, where when we initially had our waterfalls in the game, it just made the whole soundscape really noisy. So what we did with waterfalls is we focused more on the sound of water flow and kind of the way that the rocks break up water movement. And so you're getting a little bit more of kind of the mid and high frequency rather than just a broadband noise thing. So we did a similar approach with the wind rig, and Safar Bake, one of our sound designers, was tasked with, instead of making the sound of wind, to make the sound of the environment as it's affected by wind. So as you go into a forest, you're not just hearing blowing, but rather you're hearing the trees creaking. And in a bamboo forest, you're going to hear the clacking of the bamboo against each other. In the grassland, you're hearing kind of the pampas grass moving and swaying rather than just blowing and gusting. So let's just take a quick look at that. Okay, so the next area, the next part of wind really that we wanted to talk about was the guiding wind. And for those who haven't played the game, instead of having traditional mini map or compass, we actually use wind as a navigational aid for the game. And so using wind as part of the UI is super novel, but we also tied it into the story where wind is seen as the spirit of Jin's deceased father, Kazumasa. So let's watch a quick video of kind of the introduction of the wind rig, and then we'll go back and talk about what we did to kind of make it unique and stand out from the rest of the wind in the game.
Father, how do I save it?
So Josh Lord, our senior sound designer, did the sound design for that. And what he did to kind of separate it from the rest of the wind is he added this tonal aspect to it. And that not only kind of gave it a unique sound and character, but it also kind of imbued it with this kind of sound of Jin's father's spirit. And the way that we did that is we kind of blew into flutes to get that kind of interesting tonal sound, and then he mixed that with like whispers and other kind of more human aspects so that it sounded much more unique than the rest of the wind. And that vocalite quality kind of really gave it this sense of presence and uniqueness and this kind of tying back to Jin's father without sounding supernatural. Now, as far as what that looked like in Wwise, the wind hint base that you see across all of our environments there was that tonal layer. And then we also mixed in just a little bit of kind of detail from each of the environments. And the reason for that is because the windicator, the way it behaved, or sorry, the guiding wind, we called it the windicator internally because it was the indicator made of wind. It just rolled right off the tongue. But the guiding wind, this was actually the design document that I gave to the programmer when we were designing it. And the way that it behaves in game is we have 3 splines, one going kind of through the listener and one on either side offset. And based on the current wind vector, which is actually kind of following towards where your next objective is, we can play a sound that runs along that spline. And so the gusts had fixed timings, which allowed us to design assets that kind of peaked as the emitter got near the listener. And then it would just kind of pick one of those 3 to play on. And so we'll show a video of kind of how that plays in game. And you'll notice that there's kind of 2 different aspects of the guiding wind. You can call the wind, which gives you this really big moment of a gust, and you can see everything move and you can hear it really well. And then we also have these really subtle ones that are kind of just constantly playing and moving along those splines consistently. And so you just kind of always hear this little tonal element of wind travel along those splines as you're playing, and those are just kind of really subtle clues as to where you should be going. And then if you ever get stuck, you can just call the wind and you get one of these big ones. So take a look. So super subtle, but you can see how it kind of sits on top of the other wind and has this completely unique identity. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Michelle, who's going to talk about something that you might not think of normally when you're thinking of ambience and storytelling, which is the construction of our buildings.
Thanks, Brad. So we wanted to give a voice to buildings and man-made structures. Constructions of 13th century feudal Japan offered a variety of characteristics, material types, and storytelling elements. We made use of creaks, wind, and rattle sounds to give these buildings life and to give the player an immersive experience. The craftsmanship of these 13th century buildings were impressive, but nothing was made to be durable. These were constructed with mostly raw materials such as wood, bamboo, and grass. The state of disrepair or damage from the Mongol invasion also helped influence the sound design choices we made. Broken, dilapidated, and scorched buildings are fragile. We used a palette of wood and bamboo creaks of different sizes and textures and intensity to provide audio storytelling elements. We added layers of footstep sweeteners, so as the player walks across a collapsed roof, for example, the feeling is rickety and it's a different experience than walking across an intact building that's been untouched by the invasion. In the next slide, you'll see on the window there's these spaces through the wooden slats of the windows, and the wind passes through these slats. That added another layer of character to the structures. So a small touch of detail that helps reinforce the listener's immersion. We chose to hand place emitters on these windows and also the volumes within the buildings and structures, as well as on doors that were proxied into the buildings. And this allowed for a finesse with our placement of the sonic elements, but we could still propagate them throughout the world, reduce the amount of hand touching that we had to do within the game itself since it's so large. In this video, you'll be able to hear the layers soloed as well as the full mix.
Awesome. So the next thing we want to talk about is mixing. And now obviously mixing is critical to both tell the story and to give it dynamism. You know, that is enough for a whole complete talk. So we're just going to keep focusing on ambience and how we used mixing within ambience to really help tell the story. So this right here is our bus structure for just some of our ambience. And so just to keep it simple, we're actually just going to drill down and only talk about this section right here. So we're just going to talk about birds for a minute, right? And, you know, this isn't revolutionary or anything, but by splitting up our birds into these different species, we're really able to control what the player is going to be feeling at any time. So if something is really ominous, we might be making sure that the crows are louder or all other birds are silent. You know, something that we do a lot of, and here comes a good spoiler alert to talk more about songbirds, is let's look at the mission A Reckoning in Blood, which is where Taka dies. If you didn't know that, sorry, Taka dies. So now we do this stuff everywhere. Turning stuff up and down. In duels, there's no songbirds because songbirds are pretty and they really help kind of reinforce the natural world, but they can also be really distracting if the player is in a really tense moment or a really somber moment. And so in the example of Taka dying, we're actually turning down the songbirds in a whole bunch of different, essentially, checkpoints within our missions. And so that means as soon as you're bound up, and when the Khan is talking to you, when Taka gets killed, when you break yourself free, and then when you kill all the Ronin in revenge, we're not playing any songbirds because it would just be super distracting to the player and the story if suddenly you heard this beautiful tweet while Jin is going through this really heavy moment of losing such a close friend. Another example that we use kind of this ambient mixing for is for character building and for setting scenes. So I'll show another video, and before the siege of Yarikawa, there's this really great moment between Jin and Yuna, and it starts really light. They're just drinking and having a good time, joking and stuff. And then it's this moment for Yuna's character to really come through, and we really kind of get to hear a bit of really how she ended up as she is. And so what we do there is everything is just playing normally. And then as she kind of starts to go into this somber, serious monologue, we slowly turn down all of the ambience over several seconds, and then we bring the music up. And then she tells her story, and as she finishes, then we kind of reset everything and bring the ambience back up. So let's just take a listen to how this, subtle mix can really make a difference in this character development.
Kenji spent the rest of the day wearing one sandal.
This is terrible.
My mother loved it. Used to drink it like water. She gets so mad when she ran out. Yelled at us. Where's my tea?
Sounds like a demanding woman.
She broke Taka's arm when he was 6. I took him away. Ran as far from her as we could get. We heard they found her a month later. Face down in the street.
You were brave to protect your brother. Sometimes our only choice is to walk away from everything we know.
Okay, and let's just take a look at what that looked like on our side. So this top portion here is actually what our animation events look like. And so you can see at the bottom there, we're pushing or kind of adding a sound state in the middle called Yarikawa Scar's Yuna Sad Moment. And so there's already a polycut Scars sound state that is active. And then in the middle of this cutscene, we're pushing a new sound state on top of that. And then we're popping or removing that new sound state towards the end. So kind of where you saw those notes about, hey, the ambience goes down, the ambience comes back up. And then you can see at the bottom part where we're actually kind of adjusting the transition times between those states to really give us that nice in and out, kind of really smooth transition in and out. And then on the mixing side, this is what's going on there. So we're basically taking, these are our two main environment buses, and you can see that polycut Yarikawa Scar's Yuna Sad Moment state there, and we're turning all of our environment way down. And that just does a really great job of really helping to focus everything on the story being told there of Yuna's struggle. And with that, I'm going to push it over to Andrew to talk about music.
Cool. Thanks, Brad. So yeah, as Brad said earlier, the game Ghost of Tsushima is a really big game to play. There's a plethora of content at your fingertips. We've got 15 to 20 hours of main story missions, Silver Path side content, a bunch of systemic encounters to get into. And while this is cool from a player experience side, on the music side of things, it presents sort of a problem because there's way too much content there for us to go in and hand score all of it as much as we'd like to. So we need to, using Wwise and help from the programming team at Sucker Punch, put together a system that can help us out and cover a lot of those moments that we can't go in and hand score ourselves. And for Ghost of Tsushima, we put a system together that we like to call the music encounter system. It's on by default. We can override it when necessary, and it's responsible for dynamically scoring all sorts of different situations that you can get into as Jin Sakai, whether that's exploring the island, getting into a scuffle with a couple of Mongols in a field, or infiltrating a large war camp. It handles all those situations. So I want to start by just showing you a broad overview of the system itself. It contains 5 states that are listed here, Explore being the lowest intensity, Combat being the highest intensity. And I'm only going to focus today on Explore and Combat. I'll go over briefly the other 3, but let's start with Explore here. So Explore is the default state for the system. It's what's playing anytime you're not in a story mission or in a combat scenario of some kind. And along with the sound design and ambience that Michelle and Brad and the rest of the Sucker Punch sound team have put into the island, it's what helps breathe life into the island of Tsushima and help underscore Jin's story along the way. Now, a lot of the content that you hear in the Explore playlist, though not all of it, but a lot of it is derived from what we call the Tsushima Suite. And this was written by our composer, Shigeru Umebayashi. And the kind of interesting thing about this suite is we wrote it before we had many really solid story or mission moments to pull inspiration from. But we needed content for the game. So we decided, we got together with Brad and creative directors, Jason Connell and Nate Fox, to come up with a few key terms with some supporting statements and artwork that we could give to Ume to write this suite. And we felt like these terms would give us the sonic palette that we needed or that we could use to score the game of Ghost of Tsushima. So these are the 5 terms we came up with. I'll just walk you through them here. So Serenity and Sanctuary, we figured would be great for just exploring the island quietly, or maybe exploring a temple in the forest, something like this. Exile was written almost exclusively with the 3rd act of the game in mind, where Jin is exiled to the snowy northern part of the island. Occupation was written with anything involving Mongols in mind, so lots of darker tones and warlike tones here. And we knew that there would be some paranormal and even scary moments in the game, so we decided to put haunting in the list as well to give us that sort of sound. So this ended up being really fruitful for us on this game. Like I said, it was about 45 minutes of source material. But we can't use that material as is. We need to break it down into smaller bits and pieces that we can use in our system. And on the music team, those small bits that we use in the Explore playlist are what we call moods. So moods are short pieces of music. They usually have a long gradual intro and a long tail. They don't really draw too much attention to themselves, but they should help give like a vibe or a tone or a feeling to what the player is going through at any given point in time. And so using various in-game parameters, we can subtly change the background music that's playing. So on Ghost of Tsushima, we set up about 20 different playlists in Wwise. And using these in-game parameters like time of day, island locations, and most importantly, some story-based state changes, we can custom tailor what's playing at that point. So, for instance, moods that play at night might have a darker tone than moods that play during the day. Once you're in that 3rd act, we move to a playlist of moods that is drawn almost exclusively from that exile portion of the Tsushima suite that I mentioned earlier. And then after you kill the Khan, spoiler, we moved to a playlist that is a little more hopeful and uses some more of Jin's big character themes that we were reserving for more of the story mission and cinematic moments up to that point. So it's a really powerful system that I think helps subtly underscore Jin's progression through the story and hopefully change what the player might be feeling at any given point. And so without further ado, let's move on to a video that we put together that shows a few of these playlists in action. So some cool stuff there. I think it worked really well for the open world portion of the game. So here's our overview of the system again. I just want to briefly touch on the 3 states in the middle before diving further into combat. So approach, we didn't do too much with approach. It's actually more of a buffer zone between being in the open world and encountering Mongols. We make sure that nothing new starts once we're kind of near a Mongol encounter. Once you get within a certain distance of Mongols, we'll kick into infiltrate. And this is some low intensity tension type music for, being close to danger. You're about to get into an encounter with some Mongols. If a Mongol thinks he knows where Jin might be, like he finds a body or maybe he hears something in the distance, that AI state will change us into alarmed, which will just up the tension a little bit from infiltrate. And then once Mongols become fully aware of Jin, we move on to combat. And so combat, I want to dive a little further into. There's a couple of aspects of our combat system that I thought were pretty interesting for Ghost of Tsushima. So the first is we knew right off the bat that we wanted 2 different intensities, at least 2 different intensities of combat. Being the large open world game that it is, we knew that there would be some encounters that'd be smaller, like with a couple Mongols on the road, or larger encounters like infiltrating war camps. And we didn't want to have necessarily the same intensity of combat music cover both of those situations. So we knew we wanted those 2 intensity levels. But there was also a problem in big open world player level progression type games that we've noticed in the past few years on the PlayStation Music team that we've wanted to address but didn't really get a chance to until Ghost of Tsushima. And that problem centers around the fact that the player has free agency in these big worlds. Aside from the story missions that they have to do in order, all the other content in the world, they can address however they want to. You can clear out each area of the map, one area at a time as you go. You could engage with one open world Mongol encampment early in the game, get sucked into the story missions for the next 10 hours, and then decide that, you want to go back to the first part in Izuhara and clear out that open world combat that you left behind. The problem there is now you've played for 10 hours, you're getting all the stances, you've got all these different outfits and equipment. Jin is just more badass samurai at this point. He's becoming the ghost. And you've been fighting more difficult enemies as you go. Now, when you come back to the first area, you're going to be encountering those Tribe 1 Mongols that aren't quite as difficult. The encounters aren't going to feel as difficult. They're not going to last as long. And we don't want to have, or we didn't want to have the same intensity of combat music play in those encounters that might not feel as difficult. So how do we determine how difficult an encounter might feel? Well, we came up with an equation that we could put together. So that equation, if we could bring it on screen, there it is. We start with looking at all the enemies involved in the encounter that you're currently in. Those enemies each have a different intensity value assigned to them. We add those values together, and we divide by a number called the hero factor. Now, this is based on Jin's level at that point in the game. We couldn't use his level verbatim because the math just didn't work out well, so we had to translate that hero level into another number called the hero factor. So that division gives us the encounter difficulty, or the rough difficulty for any encounter that Jin's in. And then we can compare that against some combat thresholds to determine, okay, is this a hard encounter? Is this an easy encounter? Or is this so easy that we don't even need to trigger combat music? So let's run through a little example here. So on screen, you'll see this is a list of the various types of enemies you can encounter in the game and the intensity values that we ended up assigning to them. Let's think up an example here. So let's say you engage with 2 Tribe 1 melees and 2 Tribe 1 ranged Mongols. So Tribe 1 melee Mongols are 12, Tribe 1 ranged Mongols are worth 8. So 12 plus 12 plus 8 equals 40. So that's our enemy value for the encounter. And now let's imagine that you're encountering these Mongols early in the game. You are hero level 0, which comes out to hero factor in our equation of 1. So enemy value of 40, hero factor of 1, do the math there, and we get an encounter difficulty of 40. But what does this mean? That number alone, we can't really tell much just by that number. We have to compare it to our thresholds. So you can see here we had an easy threshold and a hard threshold. Anything above a 10 and up to a 29, we would consider an easy encounter, and you would get easy combat music for that. Anything above 30, and you would get hard music. We would consider that a hard encounter. So in this example, we've got an encounter difficulty of 40, so we would consider that a hard encounter. You're just starting the game, so any group of enemies you're coming along to is probably going to feel a little more difficult. But what about a player who's been playing for a while? Say they're a level 10 hero at this point. Well, that translates to a hero factor of 2. So that changes our math. Now we're taking that enemy value of 40 and dividing it by 2. Now we're getting encounter difficulty of 20. So let's compare that to our thresholds. And now you'll see that we're not making it over that hard threshold anymore, but we are over the easy threshold. So now that player who's gone and played 10 or 12 hours of story missions and comes back to this encounter, that encounter is not going to feel as difficult for them. And the math is going to work out in our equation to where they're going to get easy combat music. So I want to show you a spreadsheet that we put together that helped us kind of figure out what all of these values should be. On the left here, you'll see the various parts of the equation that go into our equation, so the enemy values and the hero levels and things like that. And I want to highlight this first example encounter here. We were able to plug in the enemy types and see how that would change the split between easy and hard combat. And this first one highlighted here is the example that I just ran you through earlier. So you can see level 0 hero would get 40 and would equal hard combat. You can see that in the red highlighted text. Somebody who is hero level 10, that math would come out to 20, so they'd get easy combat. You can see that in the yellow highlighted text and see the split there between where hard and easy combat would occur. So if we can go over to the right side of this spreadsheet, we can look at how that split would work out for a level 5 war camp. Now, this is arguably one of the more difficult encounters you can get into in the game. So this is going to be harder for more players. So you can see here, pretty much all hero levels end up getting hard combat in this case. Only the two highest levels, levels 9 and 10, would get easy in this encounter. So it was just an easy way for us to kind of visualize, okay, with this math, with these values, here's how that split between easy and hard is going to work, and we could adjust things so we can really get that extra level of dynamic to our combat music system and not just play the same combat music for every encounter. And one other thing I wanted to point out is that this isn't just a static decision made at the beginning of the encounter. As you kill Mongols in whatever scenario you're in, that math of that equation is changing. So you might start in hard combat, but as you take people out, you'll get down into easy combat eventually. So I think that's enough of my yapping and numbers and spreadsheets. Let's take a look at a video here of our system in action. And this is actually the whole music encounter system. So it'll start with Jin approaching a war camp. As he gets closer, it'll trigger infiltrate. He shoots some arrows. Mongols become aware. We go into alarmed. It's annotated, so you can follow along with what happens from then on. So check it out. So that's our music encounter system in action. Pretty cool stuff. I think it worked out really well for the game. I wanted to dive into one particular mission that I thought was pretty interesting, musically speaking, and that's the Ghost of Yarikawa. So this is like an example of the Tsushima suite in action. This mission was scored exclusively with the Occupation suite from the Tsushima suite. In this mission, the stronghold of Yarikawa is under siege, and Jin is inside with his friends and allies trying to fight off the Mongols who invade. This was scored like one continuous piece of music from beginning to end, and being able to use the Occupation suite was really helpful and really effective to that end. I have a little video that I want to show you that just shows a couple of parts of the mission. The first part is earlier in the mission. The Mongols have just swarmed Yarikawa at this point. Jin is sneaking through. We're using a much darker portion of the Occupation suite here. And interesting enough, we're using a very stripped down version of our music encounter system. We're only using sneak and combat in this case, but using that darker section of Occupation really helps kind of fit the more foreboding feel of that part of the mission. And the second part of the video This is right after you've killed the general, the boss fight at the end. You'll notice it has a much more triumphant feel, and it just really fits the vibe of the end of the mission really well. And it just shows like the breadth of content that we were able to pull out of some of these suites. So let's go ahead and take a look at this video.
Have to break through the Mongol line. Destroy those siege weapons.
Hunt every Mongol to the last man! Spare no one! Keep after them! No mercy! Cut them down! Take their heads! Everyone to the gate! Push through! All the goals! Push them back! Run, cowards!
Awesome.
All right. With that, I'll hand it back over to Brad.
Thanks, Andrew. The thing that I love about that video is that first part of the siege where you're sneaking around. I've played that 50 or 60 times probably, and I never had played it that way. And so my musical experience was always totally different because I always was just getting the infiltrate and the tension rather than the combat so early. But let's move on, and we actually want to deconstruct a few more key moments from the game and talk about the ways that sound helps tell that story. So the first one that we want to look at is essentially what is the intro to combat in the game, which is the very beginning of the Mongol invasion. And so at the beginning of this mission, what you see is you have this really big, epic cutscene with, all of these samurai, and it's just big pomp and circumstance, and the music and everything just crescendos. It's just the super big moment, and then the music swells, and then we go into what seems like the battle, and so we charge down the hill, and it's just war. There's just we drop out the music, and it's just sound effects only because it's such this big, intense, really sound design heavy moment. Now, the first real battle that you fight is at the very end of this mission, where you and your uncle and the samurai who are left are fighting just waves of Mongols. And so what we do here, as basically the samurai get decimated and all that's left at the end is you and your uncle, we kind of do the inverse of what we do at the beginning, where we just start to kind of drop out the sound effects and let the music kind of really lead. And we also really wanted to make things feel desperate for the player. So what we do is, as we're dropping out the sound effects, we actually send the VO and the impacts through some aux buses with a whole bunch of effects. So we're filtering it, and we're just making things feel really swimmy. And so it really feels desperate, and it feels like, you're kind of in this altered state as you're realizing, oh my gosh, we're the last two left. And as you finally kill the last Mongols, all that's left is Jin and his uncle. And that's really what he says as the sound comes back in is, oh, we're all that's left. And so we kind of bring the sound back in just a little bit more subdued as you kind of go on to try to kill the Khan. So let's take a look at that now.
More Mongol dogs! Cut them down! Mongol
We're all that's left.
There is only one path for us. Find the Mongol leader and end him here.
I'll fight beside you to the end.
I know.
And I'm sure, as you can imagine, when we had that originally with the full soundtrack, it was just a much different experience for the player. And so as soon as we started making those mixed choices and using those effects, we really created this really kind of disconcerting, disorienting, desperate feel to that part of the mission. Next, I want to pass it back over to Andrew to talk about our next one.
Yeah, so another kind of key moment early in the game is the release to the open world. So up to this point, you've been in the prologue. You haven't been able to really go and explore the island of Tsushima. And this is the point where you're released into the island itself. And it's a really big and powerful moment that I think sound and music kind of came together to really help sell. So this was born out of something that we did for the E3 2018 presentation, which I believe was the first time we ever showed gameplay. But if you remember in that presentation, Jin gets to the top of a ridge. He gets on his horse and rides his horse down this hill in this dramatic sunlight with pompous grass everywhere, and the music swells up to underscore everything. Some deer run by. It was a really powerful moment that I think we were all really happy with. And that idea sort of stuck around and was repurposed for this release to the open world moment. On the music side, we spent lots of time iterating, trying to get the timing of the music just right to hit that moment that you hit the pampas grass and underscore the title of the game. On the sound side, once that camera pulls back, the sound of the horse is boosted to give it some presence, and the birds as well are turned up to really let the player know that this world is alive, that they're about to be released into. And with all my talk earlier of all these interactive music systems, this is actually a really cool non-interactive moment that I feel like is just as important and sometimes even more powerful than some of the interactive systems that we put together. So let's check out the video. So we'll hand it off to Michelle to talk about another awesome Sonic moment.
Thanks, Andrew. So, big spoiler. Jin's horse is constant throughout his journey as a samurai to the ghosts. In this scene, we used music, sound, and silence to push the emotional impact of Jin's loss. Spoiler: the horse dies. We have a full mix as Jin escapes his uncle's rejection and punishment of his choices to abandon the way of the samurai. The full weakens as we see the horse, gravely injured, rushing Jin away from harm. The sound effects of the horse become the main focus. Gradually, they decrease, mirroring the horse's decline, and ultimately, the horse sounds end in a soft collapse. Tsushima's powerful and haunting vocals really set the emotional tone throughout the scene. When we implemented the vocal track into the movie, it was like a gut punch. It really amped up the emotion so much, and this led to the choices that we made in the mix and the sound design. We really wanted to let the vocals push us through this sorrowful moment as the horse dies before we took the player back today with a final spoken haiku. So check out the video.
Anyone seen him? He may have run off. You two, on your horse. The rest of you, man the gate. There he is, on the horse. Stop him! Get him forward!
Forgive me. We have to reach Ken. Yuna's waiting for us. I'm sorry I couldn't.
All right, so that's what we got. Thank you all for listening and watching, and if we have any questions, we'll happily take them.
What kind of mood are you leaving us with that video? Wow, on the chat on the side, like we were saying, like we have chills and all. Whoa. My God, fantastic presentation. Thank you, so well prepared. Like, and we don't have that many questions from the chat, and we were just exchanging about that. Is there something wrong about the chat? And I think no. I think it was so clear, so well presented, so well structured. Yeah, there's that's exactly what Tiffany wrote, and she said, "I'm blown away," and so on. So you're Major League Pros. That's good. We do have some questions. Thanks a lot. And one comment, like the first cinematic you played, Brad, as well, with the ambience fading out slowly as the narrative and the music was fading in. I was all emotional, and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm, whoo, I'm feeling something there." So I'm just an hour 30, maybe 2 hours down that game. So, and I'm okay with the spoilers and all that. I'm just want to play it more now. So great. That was really great. So I've got like 4 or 5 questions for you. So let's start with this one. It was at the very beginning of your presentation, and just a technical question. So what were your voice counts for ambiances? So how many voices? It seems to be a lot, but
Yes, yeah. So the wind rig that I showed, there was 5 layers just in the wind rig, and there were 4 of those, and there was a lot of blend containers. So that wind rig could actually be using up to 40 voices, which is a lot for one system, because that's not thinking about the rain or the combat or the Foley or anything else. So, but because wind was such a critical part of the game, about the mood, about the setting, we chose to kind of go bigger there. We did a lot of optimization as well. Initially we had most of those blend containers were 3 levels. We had like low wind, medium wind, and high wind. And we use wind a lot in the game, so we were finding that the RTPCs were kind of more in just the mid to high range. So we removed and saved some voices that way by just getting rid of things that we weren't using. And also, things like the rain dripping and the dual wind and the interior winds, those were only happening very, very occasionally. So, our voice limit in total, I think we were capping ourselves at about 90 voices. And so, yeah, it was just a lot of instance limiting and prioritization to make sure that the things that needed to be heard were always audible.
Yeah, and that was a voice count for the PS4, I guess. So there was another question about, is there plans out there to port it or adapt it to PS5? And if so, how would you leverage the new hardware? And you might not be able to say anything about it, but it was one of the questions we had. So, okay.
The game is playable on the PlayStation 5. As to if we have additional plans, I couldn't comment on that.
That's fine. That's fine. So a question about mixing decisions, and the question was, were those decisions made on the fly, or were they planned in a big picture decision beforehand, or a mix of both? And by extension, who is involved in that process?
It's definitely a mix of both, and probably more so things that are kind of figured out afterwards. Like an example was the invasion battle. It was a full mix for most of production, and Nate Fox came to me one day, one of our creative directors, and we were just talking about that scene, and then we just started playing around. Like, what happens if we just take the sound out completely? Take all the sound design out and just let the music drive it. And it was like, oh yeah, that feels a lot more desperate. And then from there, it was like, yeah, it still feels too jarring. And I thought that we could do more if we did kind of more of a interactive mix, if you will, where we're slowly pulling things out and then rerouting stuff through some aux buses. So there's definitely a lot of back and forth and kind of figuring out things as we go. Andrew, I don't know if you have any other kind of comments from things that we've done on the music side where mixes have changed over time.
Yeah, I mean, I think as we go and we drop things in, we're trying to put those levels at places that sit well, but You know, once you get to the actual mix of the game, at the end, usually we're all sitting in a room together. Although this year we weren't, for obvious reasons. But you know, you sit and play the game and make notes and share those notes and leave yourself open to making changes. I think that's always the best way forward.
Great. So I think mentioning that there were not so many questions, they start coming in. So good thing. I think we're just awaking from the magic that happened during that last hour. Great. So maybe one last question on the wind before jumping on other topics, where we were wondering if is it 4 emitters located around the listener, or is it really attached to objects in the environment?
Yeah, so it is 4 game objects that are basically locked to the listener orientation in the 4 cardinal directions. So as you turn, you know, they're locked to the listener. So they are kind of stationary but move with the listener. They're not actually moving as you rotate the camera around. And each one is an individual game object. So that way we're able to pick up kind of the location and parameters of where each of the emitters are, so that if you're on the boundary of, say, a bamboo forest over here and some grassland over here, you're going to like hear both of them out of each respective speaker.
Great. Question about Foley. Any information about the character's Foley sound implementation? Is it purely based on animation, or did you use any procedural generative techniques?
We did do a little bit of both. I'll let Michelle talk about that, since she did a whole lot of Foley and animation work.
Great Foley recordings, by the way. The sound was just pristine, just great.
Thank you.
So for each character is kind of broken down into sort of a modular system where each type of movement has an associated sound to that. And so as we go through the animation, we're basically tagging where we want sound events to fire off for each of those pieces of modular sound effects for the Foley. So as a character is lifting an arm, we may have an arm lift that associates with that particular movement. And so we kind of just break it down. It makes it really easy as you're going through to quickly implement all the sound events for each of the movements throughout an animation piece. The sound events obviously have a bunch of variations to them. So an arm lift may have 3 or 5 different sounds for that arm lift. And this, you know, makes the animation sound, you know, different. So it creates less ear fatigue as the animation may loop, play multiple locations.
Great.
And then, actually, why don't you talk about the footlock real quick, because that was probably the biggest procedural thing where we didn't have to tag footsteps or walking.
Yeah, so definitely a lifesaver, because if you've ever put footsteps in, man, it can be really troublesome trying to shift around where the foot falls onto the surface and everything. So basically, our animators, as they're going through, they would go ahead and keyframe where the foot locking is for each of the footsteps. And we basically piggybacked off that with our visual effects designers to attach the sound effect for the footfalls. It gets even more complicated because it's not just a matter of, oh, every time my foot comes down on a footstep, but we also added an additional layer of movement for Foley on top of that. So we had to basically get the timing down correctly, but it would basically go footstep and then the sound of walking movement. And that meant I didn't have to place all of those things each of the animations. And so I could focus on just highlighting key moments in that animation instead of having to worry about all the footsteps and everything like that. Layer to that is that we add depth to not just footstep sounds, but like basically there's involved. So a light footstep and a medium footstep and a heavy footstep, and those are based on whether or not we're walking or we're running, or if you're sneaking around, we might have even a softer footstep for that. And so then we could basically say, okay, this animation, we're just walking, so we just regular normal walking footstep. But if the animation's running, we can then say, nah, he's running, we want to play a heavier sounding footstep.
Great. Were you factoring in like velocity as well, and mass and other properties like that as well?
Brad might want to talk
Velocity,
about
yes.
that.
Yeah, we were doing velocity, not mass, but we were doing speed, and then we also, kind of like Michelle said, like for handling sneaking and stuff like that, we actually did mix states to kind of make Foley and footsteps a little bit softer when you were sneaking versus just walking and that kind of stuff.
Great, great. Here's a question on music and actually the process of recording the music and integration. So the question goes like this. Did you have any specific requests to the composer to get the individual pieces you wanted to reorchestrate? And how much did the music end up changing for when you initially, from when initially delivered? So.
Yeah, so it was actually quite a long process to get to what we ended up with in Ghost of Tsushima. There was a lot of, kind of figuring out this line between really traditional Japanese sounds and Hollywood score. And, we were working with Shigeru Umebayashi, he's got a big background in Hollywood film, but not too much knowledge about video games. So we ended up bringing in a couple of orchestrators to work with him and help fine-tune his cues in a way that we could really use them for our systems and for that Tsushima suite. So, I think where we started and where we ended up being very different. But I think the results, speak for themselves, and we really got to a good place sonically.
So how long did the music creation process lasted? Was it like a 2, 3, 4 years mandate, or was it executed more near the end of the game?
I think we first started talking about the music in 2016, I want to say. Okay, it was a while back. It had been a long time. But I don't think we really got either Ume or Elan on the project until maybe 2018 or so. I think there was a lot of discussion in there about just making sure we had the right plan, the right idea, finding the right composer for the project. So this was actually a pretty long process for us. So, but again, I think, the results speak for themselves.
Oh yeah, it sounds fantastic. Here's maybe the last question, and it's about ambient zones. So is it implemented purely by hand, or did you use some methods to analyze a map and automatically put different type of ambiences per region?
That is enough for an entire separate talk. But I think the short answer would be that most of our ambience was kind of painted in the world via an expression system, and then we were able to hand paint over that. So everything that I showed as far as forest bamboo, forest conifer, grassland, all of those things were all done procedurally via expressions, and then we could add detail via painting. For the interiors, like all the construction stuff that Michelle showed, she did all of the buildings manually by hand of building the ambient zones. And I don't know if you wanted to comment any more on that.
Yeah, basically the way that the buildings were set up were in this sort of modular system. So even though they may have had like different windows and different roof types and things like that, we were able to kind of basically go through each of the buildings and hand place in the volumes and emitters. And so any number of combinations of those modular pieces of the building would then also propagate what work we did for the volumes and the emitters within that building.
how large is the island? Like many kilometers by many kilometers? Or?
Yeah, I think it's 14 square kilometers, somewhere around
Okay.
that.
So
it might actually be
thousands
bigger,
of buildings to cover and probably.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, so the way that our art team, they were really smart about it, and it actually was very helpful in how we could have variety, but also have some sort of standardization, is that each of the different zones kind of had their own feel to the buildings. And so Izahara had like a building suite. The middle one, Braining is, I haven't eaten dinner yet. Toyotama had her own suite. And then the snowy place up in the north.
Kamiyagata.
Kamiyagata. My blood sugar's low, I'm sorry. Kamiyagata had its own building suite. And so that kind of allowed for, you had like 3 or 4 different building styles that came in different configurations. And of course she had, different things between Mongol type of buildings and Japanese buildings. And so there was a lot, but because they had the modular system, it made it just super easy that once you got one done, pretty much that model would be complete throughout the rest of the game.
Get it. Great. Well, Brad, Andrew, Michelle, thank you so much for participating. Your presentation was just state of the art, perfect, really good. And so we'll just go to our last section. So it's the panel. So Brad, you'll stay with us for the panel. Andrew and Michelle, thanks again.
Thank you.
See you in person maybe in a not too distant future. And
hopefully.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks everybody.
Great. So hey,
Well, Simon.
Damien. So I was expecting to see you arriving in the frame.
Ta-da! And
wow. Isn't it a great Wwise Tour we're having? It's
so great. We bring together developers of Wwise, working out there, building these incredible emotional experiences with sound. And to have this opportunity for them to unfold their process, engaging with the community online in the chat, bringing just amazing questions. It really feels like a community gathering. And I think you might have mentioned a campfire earlier. It does feel like we're all just kind of maybe huddled around these burning pixels and sharing these stories and sharing our the art of implementation.
Yeah, and definitely a passion for the craft and just trying to make the best experience possible with the resources and time available. Definitely.
Well, and I'm excited to dig in a little bit deeper and get kind of improvisational. So we've seen a couple presentations on the rails. We have been delivered some incredible information. And now let's go a little freestyle with some folks and kind of unpack some of this.
Great. So I'll leave you with our guests, with the rest of the panel. That will be about 40 minutes or so. And there won't be a Q&A portion after that, I think, right?
No Q&A for that. We will keep an eye on the chat as we go through.
Yeah, and I'll join you at the end. And maybe I'll monitor the chat and so on, so I might surface a few things. But
great.
They ask us to continue a bit.
There's an interesting thing. We've been planning the Wwise Tour now for a while, as you mentioned. This idea of sound as storytelling, right? This is a function of the technology that we create, right? We are the nuts and bolts. We are a tool for empowering these creations. And to see the arrival of these tools in the hands of great artists, the results of that is just I think it's probably why you've been doing it all these years.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah.
I think
it's very
yeah.
satisfying.
It is. It is. And even before when when Max Lee was talking doing this stuff, and he was getting to a point, and it's super easy to do that with Wise. We just needed to do this and that, and we had exactly the result we were expecting. So yeah, so it's it's the idea, right? Free the creation process and be able to prototype, easily experiment, and eventually stumble maybe sometime on what is really needed for that game and so on. So so I think we are ready for the panel now. So
not yet.
We're not
but
yet.
Let's
okay.
turn back the clock a little bit, because like the genesis of Wise really came from a time when tools were not as well refined. And so I guess I would ask a question, at that time, did you feel like you had everything you needed to support the experiences that you were authoring for as a sound designer for games? Or kind of what was some of that motivation that drove you to build something more?
Well, so when I was doing games before Audiokinetic, I was working at Ubisoft in Montreal, and even at Ubisoft, I could consider myself lucky because they had certain tools for sound. So it wasn't pure programming, and it was somewhat better than Excel, for example. But after a few years, I really considered leaving Ubisoft, going back to university, and becoming a programmer, because that was the only way I was seeing that I could achieve the vision I had for sound. And so I was really like, for a year and a half, I was really juggling with the idea of saying, okay, I just need to go back to school and learn how to program to be able to do what I want, what I have in mind. And with Martin Klein, which we founded at Audiokinetic, we had those moments of saying, why don't we have just the right tools to do what we try to do without relying on code and so on?
Yes.
And eventually just emerged that idea of, well, let's do it. It might be the best way. It's just, let's make it. And let's help all those studios and all those individuals struggling, trying to do simple stuff like fading in and fading out sounds when you go from one region to another, for example.
And I think back to those times when you really had to, you had to try real hard to do the simple things. And we certainly have evolved to a place where people have these tools in their hands, and look forward to hearing more from the community as we move forward. I think we're ready to move forward with the panel.
Okay, we are ready now. Great. So Damien, I'll leave you with our guest. All right, here they are.
Thank you, Simon. And panel, hey, nice to see everyone.
Hello.
Hey.
You arrived just on time. Behind the screen, there was all kinds of shuffling and dancing, I guess. And now you're here. Welcome. I'm having flashbacks to the Game Developers Conference, and I want us to imagine, sitting behind the carousel, we're just eating lunch, we're going to have a casual conversation, right? Hopefully you tuned in for some of the incredible presentations. Thanks again to Max and Brad for bringing these great and deep presentations. Y'all kind of latched onto that sound as storytelling theme. That was cool. And I think we're going to talk a little bit more about that. Kind of as a mission statement, I just wanted to say up front, sound, it plays a vital role in the telling of interactive stories. Beyond depicting what we see or experience, sound lends a heightened sense of reality, or it can lend that to a scene. and sometimes extending even beyond that natural expression of reality. In order to achieve this greater sense of immersion, as we've seen in tonight's presentations. And we did a little introduction of the panel up front, but I wonder if we could go around and we've let's just say your name and your title, and we can move forward. Let's see, Max, would you like to start?
Sure. I'm Max. I'm the audio director at miHoYo.
Great. I'm going to zigzag around then. Em, you're next.
Hello, I'm Em, and I'm the audio director, and I do sound design as well at A Shell in the Pit.
Excellent. I'm going to zing bang to Larissa.
Hi, my name's Larissa. I'm an independent composer and audio producer at 343 Industries.
Excellent. Thanks for being here. Bradley.
Yep, I'm still Brad, and I'm hopefully still the audio director at Sucker Punch.
Things look good. And
oh, no.
Karen.
Hi, I'm Karen Widener, and I'm audio director and sound designer for 8 Ball Sound, which is my own company based in Los Angeles.
Fantastic. My name is Damian Kaspauer. I'm product manager at Audiokinetic, helping to make Wwise with the help of the community and the developers at Audiokinetic. And we're here to talk sound as storytelling. I'm going to jump off of some of the cool things from tonight's presentation and look for a little bit of counterpoint or someone to share their experience. Again, it's a fluid conversation, so find your way in, waggle your hands, wiggle your eyebrows. We're all friends here, and I look forward to it. So something I thought that was really interesting from the Ghost of Tsushima presentation, instead of making wind sounds, making the environment react to wind. And this idea of environmental storytelling with sound as the anchor. And I'm wondering if there are some good examples of that.
There are. I think every single person on this panel has done some amazing environmental storytelling in their projects. And one of you should talk about it, since
I think about the Untitled Goose Game, and like wandering around as that beautiful creature, and the interaction of physics, and physics is something that's kind of dear to my heart, right? Representing the sound of the environment, it's not easy, and it's not always clear how to approach that. So can you talk a little bit about your approach for maybe the interaction with objects in something like the Untitled Goose Game, or another project?
Yeah, no, that was most of the work I did for that game. It involved a lot of recording. I recorded most of those sounds, and I had kind of the idea. It was a little bit similar to what Max was saying in his presentation, where I was really trying to make all those interactions sound really pleasant. Kind of tried to make all the impacts softer and just really fun to play with, so that any object you hit against any object has its own kind of character. And then to contrast that pleasantness when you're the goose and you're honking, that is more harsh and alarming.
Yeah, and so that touches on that communication piece too, where you're trying to communicate these different states of emotion, right? Calmness,
Yeah.
or the anger of the situation. But the other piece that I think is interesting there is, you talk about recording these sounds, and I think about how as sound professionals, microphones in hand, in pocket, a lot of the source that we work with comes from source that we record. And so we bring that personal experience into these games that we make. And I wonder if there are any examples. Let's think about examples of things from your personal collection that maybe have found their way into a special place in one of the games that you've worked on. I can think about there was a very specific table that I used to have that I dragged on the ground. It made a terrific groaning sound and made it into an episode of a Telltale Games project that I worked on. And it's right there. Like I'm on the patio, I'm pulling that table, and I'm bringing that emotion, bringing that experience to a game and trying to, again, invoke a feeling with that. I'm wondering maybe how, Larissa, you might do that same kind of thing from a musical perspective when trying to imbue the game that you recently composed for Manifold Garden. So here's a game that has just wild open architecture, and there's a lot of space there. And part of what your music does so well is help to bring that emotional component to the space. You want to talk a little bit about that process?
Sure. Yeah. So Manifold Garden is a game that doesn't have any dialogue or any text at all. It's a very atmospheric puzzle game with like Escher-esque inspired architecture. So I really felt that the music's job was to present the narrative and the emotional experience that wasn't already kind of being presented. And I had to come up with my own constraints and boundaries of what I wanted to say musically. So yeah, I really liked, Brad, what you were talking about in Tsushima with like, you really want an organic sound, not so much like supernatural sounding, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I really wanted to go with an organic feel. So I did a lot of recordings of the team sending in like vocal, like I would give them a note and then they would send it back and I would manipulate it into a synth. So I wanted to have like a human element to it because it's such a sterile environment when you look at the game. So just trying to bring organic sounds into, again, such a sterile looking place to be more warm.
Yeah.
Actually, I have an example in. I can get into an example that kind of addresses both this question and the question before with Genshin Impact, because well, just looking at the background behind me, like that's our first city, right? And it's surrounded by this massive water area. And initially, when we were trying to decide what this area should sound like, me and one of the designers in our team, we were discussing how we can capture the feel of water around the area, right? And when we tried actually putting in some library sounds, some moving water samples, it didn't really fit, right? Because visually it's still. It's like the moat that's not really moving. And so we actually went out to a park, right? And to this forest area. And we were just observing the lakes there. The lakes moved, so there's sound for that, right? And they kind of give a very different feeling from a still pond. So for a lot of the early water areas in our game, we actually could not physically record water sounds, right? But what we did observe in nature is that really it's the wildlife there, again, reacting to the ecosystem, right? There's water, so specific types of wildlife would show up, like frogs, certain kinds of birds would show up, some insects maybe, and those would then make that area actually feel like it's not dry land, right? There is water in the surrounding area, right? And really, even the water itself, like how fast it's flowing, whether it's a waterfall or something very shallow, like raindrops, that has a bit of emotional context to it. But I think it's the animal kind of sounds, the voices that they make that drives those emotions much more easily than the water ever could, right? And I think that concept was very interesting for us, and we kind of did spend quite a bit of time just trying to record different so-called water bodies, but in the end, really, it's more the wildlife that's around it, and that really will bring it to life more so than anything.
Sure, and again, it's kind of the reaction to the environment, right? You have these biomes, you have these natural places, and it's the things that populate, or the physical friction of that world, right? In the case of objects bumping around into surfaces, but from your outing, you bring back that personal experience, and that helps to kind of imbue these worlds with their sonic signature, with a kind of with their own story. So I think it's interesting. We're talking a little bit about nature. We're kind of crossing over into the emotional aspect of filling a sparse world with music. And I guess I want to go alien. Karen, tell me a little bit about working in the Star Wars universe, working with, of course, canon content for years, but also trying to reimagine that through Jedi Fallen Order.
Sure. Yeah, my involvement on that was I was the lead sound design, well, not actually, the lead Foley supervisor and editor on it, and as well I did a lot of the ambiences for the in-game. And so I don't know as much about the design side as far as the in-game sound design, but I know that they had to stay true to the Star Wars universe, which was a huge challenge because every single sound had to be approved by Lucasfilm, which not only was a huge delay in everything, but it caused a lot of revisions and reworking and reimagining things and re-recording elements and stuff. And so I know that they did a lot of that. And in the Foley side, that didn't happen quite as often because they weren't as particular about the Foley, but they definitely listened to all the Foley, and it had to sound close enough for any character like Darth Vader or anything that was from Star Wars in the past. It had to sound the stormtroopers, and so I had to listen to the stormtroopers in the movies and go, okay, how did they do this? And when recording those sounds, make it have enough weight but not too clacky, and it had to have kind of a plastic feel but not too light. It was actually pretty challenging to find the right sound. I think we ended up using what many people do use actually is ski boot with a couple other elements kind of hitting the ski boot, and so you can kind of perform it, because you can't just have the ski boot, you have to have something with the ski boot and moving it around as they walk and with their armor and stuff like that. So there was a lot of time and detail. I think we spent 6 months at the Warner Brothers Foley stage recording for the project. So there was just footsteps were 32 different surfaces for all the characters, and then all their gear movement, all their suits, and just the consistency amongst all the characters. And since it was all recording out of sequence, it all had to match. You go back, weeks later, and you're like, wait, it doesn't sound the same. And then you find out, oh my goodness, I guess the mic was not quite in that spot. We'll have to move it 2 feet to the left or something. It doesn't sound. So I always had to bring the source to match it, and we had to match all the in-game material with the cinematics, because there was I think it was 2.5 hours of linear cinematics, which is unusual for a game. So it had to be seamless between going from the in-game to the cinematics and back and forth, which was also a big challenge too. And so it was a lot.
A lot of what you're saying, right, is the challenge of maintaining this consistency from a title that has a rich history of telling a story with sound, right? The sound of that stormtrooper armor, right? Lightsabers, whatever it is, bam. In several of these other examples, we're talking new IP, right? You're starting from scratch. What is reality in the worlds that you're creating? And I think, we start in our game engines at 0, right? There's no sound. And through this process, we build up the representation that fits what we're creating. Trickier to have to dig deep into a history of those choices that have already been made. and try to find not only the right the right continuation, but also the right fit for the design, the right fit for the implementation, the right fit for the development strategy. And I'm wondering, Brad, so Sucker Punch, kind of a studio known for taking on new IPs. Ghost of Tsushima, first one in its lineage, maybe the last, who knows? But how did that process start for you as you were trying to build that world?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I guess it started with research, right? I mean, the entire studio just dove head into, learning everything that we could about feudal Japan. And, we were definitely picking a time period that really hadn't been done in a ton of media before, whether that was film or video game. The 13th century Kamakura era was left a lot of holes, but we engaged with university professors, cultural consultants, all kinds of people to learn as much as we could about the world. And, definitely taking whatever kind of reference that we could find, whether it was written or, photographs of what they think things look like in roughly the same time frame, and obviously watching movies, all those things kind of served as the foundation for what we ended up doing. And, I think kind of like what I was talking about, or what Michelle rather was talking about with construction in our talk is exactly what you're talking about. It's like, we don't know exactly what the buildings look like in 13th century Japan, but we had ideas based on written records and just kind of how things progressed from there. And so, they were very rickety, and, to me, it's an engineering marvel that they were able to, create these multi-story structures and have things not collapse on them, but really bringing life to the state of the environment in that way is part of what really, really helped. And then the other thing too was, we knew that coming from Infamous, which was this crazy superhero game, to something that was very much grounded. We knew early on that we wanted this game to be grounded and not fantastical in any way. And so that was a paradigm shift, but it also, I think, made things a little bit more clear in design. So one example is just with combat. Rather than go super crazy over the top with combat, we really kind of reined it in and kept it much more kind of intimate sounding. And, when Jin is pulling his sword out of his saya, you're not hearing a metal shing because the saya is a piece of wood. It doesn't do that. And so that was just, us actually taking katanas and recording them and getting every nuance so that it sounded as kind of realistic as it could for the time frame.
Exactly. And again, you do kind of skew that reality in some ways when you use something like the wind to guide, or the fox, right? It's like there are these magical realism moments where you are leveraging it in a unreal way towards the game. And you talked a little bit about that wind, and I thought, I love the way that came together. I'm glad that was part of your presentation. Really cool. And so I'm wondering if folks can think about places during development where they've had to work with other disciplines in order to build these kind of systems that help guide the player or lead them in some way. These are things that when I think about Genshin Impact, it's like this is a magic game. It's got so much combat, so much exciting sound associated with different characters, different creatures. What was the process there of trying to define that spectrum of sounds to communicate And were there any maybe occasions where you had to work with another discipline in order to pull off that communication?
I think most of the development was cross-disciplinary because the way the way I kind of think about design for games is that each of our disciplines, from art to the game designers to the programmers, essentially we're all interpreting this world, right? For the artists are kind of visually coming up with what this world might be trying to communicate with the player. We're thinking about kind of the more audio aspects, in a sense, some of the more emotional aspects. The game designers come up with like the verbs of how you as a player interact with this world. Programmers are coming up with the physics of this world, really, because without the programmers, the physics can really be anything in a fantasy world, right? We don't necessarily have to buy into reality in this case. So I like the point that Brad brought up about research, about with the sword being pulled out and how it has to match like the material, right? And that kind of contrasts a lot of what we have to do, what we get to do, where we get to discuss with the story writers, right? What is this material? Do we want it to be realistic or not? Is this some so far undiscovered kind of material that we want them to sound different, or do we want that to be similar to a material we have in the real world, right? And if we don't want it to be very similar to what we have in the real world, what are its properties? What's unique about it, right? We need some adjectives at that point so that we can use audios to represent those terms or those ideas, right? So a lot of the initial conception point is when we have a lot of these brainstorming sessions where I would probably just grab an artist or grab a storyteller, grab a game designer and be like, what's your thought on this? And they would give us their own take. It doesn't have to be in audio terms, right? It can be in their own vocabulary, and then I would have to digest that, then kind of translate that to audio language, and then we would kind of then produce that sound, right? Or that feature, or maybe even that, that entire area and the whole ecosystem behind it. So at the brainstorming session, there's tons of this cross-disciplinary work. And then once we get to the actual implementation or realization of these features, then maybe we start going our separate ways, but we try and touch base every so often to make sure our thinking is still aligned, right? So for the design side, we might talk between the artists, the sound, and some of the story writers to make sure we're still thinking the same thing for this character. This also is a big part of our recording process. We have multiple disciplines like all vetting the recordings, right? And then on the other side, we would have interactions with different types of gameplay programmers. So Hodra, who you saw earlier, would be working with us, but maybe me and him would have to go find the level programmer, and we would discuss how we can get these audio behavior into their level in a way that's, from a code-based perspective, also very clean, right? It's not some of our audio code is hard written into their system. They don't have stuff that has a dependency on what we have. So there's a lot of cross-disciplinary communication to also clear out these possible risks for the future.
Yeah, of course, and you're influencing each other the entire time, right? Your ideas, their ideas, the combination of these things towards this goal of representation, whether it's a mechanic, an animation, or even just a concept. And I guess it's that influence between other disciplines that can really can fuel that storytelling piece. And I'm wondering if anyone has experience in the concepting phase. So early on in development, concept artists pretty common. And you get a lot of sketches that come out of trying to imagine these worlds that we're creating. And I'm wondering if folks have experiences to share working early on in that, and maybe even trading off. There was something that Andrew mentioned in the Ghost of Tsushima where some of the composition was created before the story. And they're composers were handed some key terms, some supporting artwork, and left to it. Bringing that music back, of course, influencing the development team as it finds its way in. Does anyone want to speak to that process?
I could a little bit. My experience wasn't exactly as you say. When I joined, we had, I would say, like 5 to 7 people on the team total actively working on the game. At that point, just like a little history on the game, it had been a solo indie game for, I don't know if this is right, 6 or 7 years. So William Cheer, the lead developer, had been working on it, and he had mainly been building this architecture. And I know that he had an idea of what he thought the narrative of the game was, but his primary goal was really building the architecture. So by the time that I joined, after the sound designer Martin Cavalli joined, no one had really given it any discussion of narrative, and it was really missing like that life that I talked about a little bit before. And so Martin and I were really excited to kind of come up with our own narrative for the game. And yeah, there was a lot of like cross-disciplinary work between the two of us. Unfortunately, the artist for these, the best way I can describe it is these acid trip kaleidoscope trip sequences, basically cutscenes. They're just like graphically beautiful, but it's very abstract. So Martin and I were like, okay, they're aliens, and each one, because there are like 8, I think, each one has a different personality. So we interpreted each visual in its own way, and the levels preceding those visuals we interpreted like, okay, this is what you're doing to meet this god or this personality, and so the level that precedes it has to feel this certain way. So he and I were constantly making space for each other, where I would be like, I really want to say, I want the listener to feel this way. I want it to be really, really tense. Like, this is not a friendly presence when you meet this visual entity, let's call it. So I would be like, let me do this like synth thing. And he'll be like, yeah, okay, these visual, it looks like corruption. I'm going to make this really daunting. And so he would do his thing. We were just constantly finding ways to blend with one another, which is why I think the experience is personally so cool, is because we were constantly making sure that the music and the sound design played well with each other, and each said the same thing, but in our own interpretations of it. So yeah, it was a very interesting experience not having concept.
Right, and you're working with the emotion of a non-linear experience, or a less linear, right? So you're working on that calm and intensity level progression, and probably trying to find the balance. Did you ever feel like you had to go back to the developer and say, no, actually we should have level 2 instead of level 4 here because, well, the flow?
Yeah. Like, for example, you never knew how long a player was going to be in any place in the game. There's no loading. It's all one continuous experience if you choose. So like, if a puzzle's really hard and a player can't figure it out, they can be stuck there for 3-4 hours, or they can solve a level in like 10 minutes or less. So we couldn't have anything overly repetitive, or if we did, it would have to come in and say its statement and then be like a stinger or like a little idle playlist kind of an idea, to support different kinds of gameplay styles.
Yeah, totally. So now, but let me throw this back to Night in the Woods. This is a much more linear experience, right? And it, absolutely story based. How was that? Did you find yourself in a place where the work that you were putting in was influencing the development team, vice versa? They throw in the neon guitar and all of a sudden, like, your world is hot pink everywhere. I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely went both ways. Scott, who did most of the writing, was pretty conscious of sound and would include a lot in the script about listening to the sound of this train that you heard as a child, a lot of nostalgic stuff. And then some of my sound design did get into the script as well. I had created this signature sound, I called it, that played whenever the main character is kind of in a tense moment, just kind of like a really subtle loop. And I hadn't really communicated about that too much with the developers, but it kind of just ended up in the script, and I was pretty proud of that moment. But yeah, that sound in particular kind of reminds me what we were talking about before with like having organic sounds and human sounds as well. And with recordings, I often record my own voice as a way to kind of bring all those elements in. And because the emotional aspect of humans really supports story very strongly, I feel. So even just like recording wind sometimes or adding that into the ambience with voice, I find that really helps. So that's what I did that signature sound with too.
Nice. For all y'all tuned in, Em just dropped the hottest tip on you. So absolutely. I think about The Wind Rises, which is famous for its mouth sounds kind of layered in every place I think about. Evolve. I think about creature sounds in Evolve. Karen.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that and how those monsters, their vocalizations really contributed to the sound of that game, right? This is a giant monster game.
That's true. Yeah, there was a great deal of experimentation on that. We spent many, many weeks doing recording for each creature. Like I would say, I don't even remember. It was at least 2 days of recording to get one creature, the creative direction solidified. And we were lucky to be able to go and actually go down to Turtle Rock Studios and work with the audio director there, Craig, who was amazing, letting us use the facilities. So it was wonderful. Myself and the other main voice, we had a couple of people do voices. But I worked with someone by the name of Mike Shapiro, who did amazing creature vocals and probably did about half of the creatures. He was just very talented with his expressions, and we combined different food to make things sound gloopy, and had yogurt at times and Jello, and made a total mess of their booth and had like garbage bags on the floor. And it was a lot of fun to just kind of get the character to come through, and a lot of experimentation. You record something and then you wouldn't really know if it was working, and a lot of the times, since you're recording it and a human's performing it for the most part, it would be like we'd go back into the studio side and then slow it down to figure out whether or not we're even in the right ballpark before continuing along on that direction, because oftentimes it's hard to really tell when you're hearing it at regular human speed, because unless you're someone like D. Bradley Baker that can go down like 2 octaves or something like that, you're gonna have to pitch it down manually and then figure out, does the sound big enough? Like even if you combine it with a whole bunch of, like not a whole bunch, but like a couple of animal layers to give it the animal tones. So we did take a very organic approach in that we didn't use anything. We were thinking maybe we'll use dehumanizer or something like that, but it just didn't really work for us. We just kind of felt like we had more control. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, some of the cornerstone of that, right? You're taking something familiar. You're taking a voice. You're taking all of this gloopy food, right? And these are all things that we probably have experience with. Chatting, eating, right? But then you're abstracting it, twisting it in such a way, making it sound unnatural in order to invoke a different kind of response, right? In the case of maybe the monsters, we don't have any monsters to go out and record, thankfully. But In other cases, you're trying to bring some of that humanity to things and trying to find a way to, make it relatable while at the same time allowing it to have its own fingerprint, sonic signature, if you will, that helps again, I will just leverage the storytelling mechanism, because sound as a storytelling mechanism really is this integral piece of it. So last thoughts. We're coming close to the end of this beautiful panel. We hit kind of a cool thing with this abstraction idea. And one thing that really was interesting I wanted to circle back to from the Ghost of Tsushima. This was the Mongol invasion. And Brad, you were talking about the way that during that scene you took the voice and sound effects and pushed them into this other space. What was the goal there from a storytelling or emotional perspective?
Well, yeah, like I kind of mentioned it. We started with, hey, what happens if we just play music? And it was like, yeah, that's very emotionally impactful, but it felt too disconnected. To not actually have any kind of feedback from what's going on. A lot of people thought it was a bug, and it just didn't feel right. So what we wanted to do was make it feel like you're still present, but make it really feel like all is lost. Like, this is it. Everybody is dead. I'm the last person alive. And so just by having a little bit of sound there, just the vocals and the impacts just completely washed out, really just cranked up that feeling of desperation that we were after.
Cool. And again, the way you abstracted it just brought that kind of other to it, just enough to invoke that feeling, like you're saying. Really cool technique. I loved hearing.
Thanks, Wise.
Runtime. All the fun is happening at runtime. Cool. Well, thank you so much for participating in this improvisational discussion about your experience with sound as storytelling. It was great to hear from everyone. Huge fan of the work that you've done in sound and in games, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. So
Thanks
thank
for
you for
having
that.
us.
Thanks.
Vivian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. What fun. Simon.
So, Damien, next GDC with the next batch of t-shirt, all the fun is happening at runtime.
Okay. Yeah. Great.
That
I
was
like
a
it.
good one.
I like it a lot. Well, I'm landing here at the end of this Wwise Tour with just so much gratitude and thanks. Really enjoyed the panel just now and presentations from yourself. I always enjoy your storytelling. Genshin Impact, thanks to those folks, and Ghost of Tsushima. Great Wwise Tour.
It was a
Nice
great
work.
Wwise Tour. Yeah,
Yeah.
and thanks for your involvement in all the preparation for the panel. I'd like to thank Tiffany as well. That worked.
Yeah,
a
Tiffany
lot for the
Dawson,
fund.
backbone
Yeah.
of this endeavor.
Yeah,
Fantastic to have
definitely.
her on the team.
And all the technical aspect of this live stream and having everything moving from Web Diffusion's team. So I'd like to thank André, Nathaniel, Daniel, and Kevin as well. Thanks for your work. It went really smooth. And it was nice, and Damien certainly appreciates that part of not having to handle all the technical aspects as we're streaming and interviewing people. So that went pretty smooth. And thanks for everybody that tuned in through YouTube and Twitch. We had a lot of people, and we're 4 hours, almost 5 hours later, and we still have a lot of people connected and following. So thanks a lot, everybody. It was really nice, and yeah.
I will say it's great to contribute to this culture of education. It's great to be able to provide that. As you've heard throughout the night, we have all kinds of channels for you to wise up, whether it's blogs, videos, certifications, documentation. The journey doesn't end here. Your sound storytelling will continue. If you're up for it, we'll have a beta release coming up in a couple weeks. You can get registered, links in the chat, links in the description for the videos. I'll be going hands-on with it, December 17th, 3 p.m. Eastern. We're going to talk through all the cool new features. With the beta in your hands, you can fly alongside, try out some of the cool stuff. I'm really looking forward to that. I hope to see you. Thanks to the team at Audiokinetic. They're cranking hard to make the best tools for the community, empowering game audio and interactive sound. Thanks to Wise developers out there making cool stuff. You're our inspiration. It's been a great Wise Tour.
Yeah, I think this is it. So thanks everyone again, and we'll see you soon.